Now we're live. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is DJ April Showers along with Lady of Leisure, and we will be showing our video. Hold on.
And this video was made by B Sparrow. I want to thank you so much.
Wanna get you right now. It's take me like bomb. Heart gon' speak so God splash on my brain. Wanna get you down job.
I want to thank B Sparrow so much for making this video for us. We talk about it and we be about it. I want to share
Yeah.
the show. And Lady of Leisure, you can start off by talking while I share the video.
Hello, everyone. Sure will. Thank you guys for joining us. It's been a minute. I've missed you all so much. I really miss doing this show. I want to start off with a couple of things. Well, one major thing in the news, and that's Tiger Woods' accident. I saw they showed video of
Hey,
it
there
tumbling
goes
over
Spidey
really
Man.
bad. But hello, DJ
Hello,
Spider-Man has
ladies. Good
now joined us.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
I
How
was
y'all
just
doing?
talking about
Wait a minute,
good
wait a minute,
afternoon. I was just
wait a minute, wait a minute.
starting
I
to
got to
talk
show the
about
video one more time. One more time for the video, y'all. Hold on.
okay.
Wanna get you right now. It's take me like bomb. Heart gon' speak so God splash on my brain. Wanna get you down job.
I hope my co-hosts like it. You like it, Spidey and Lady of Leisure?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. First, I want to thank my co-hosts for checking on me and just keeping me.
Love it. I didn't know that the mic was muted. I had said that before.
Hmm. Okay. So I'm going to share the show, and you can start off. We were going to talk about Tiger Woods. You know, he
I
had that.
was starting to talk about okay.
Hello?
Right. Terrible accident today. So the news just reported that he's out of surgery and coherent. So I guess that's a good thing. I just hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, can hear you.
Hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
It must be something going on her in April.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, it's something going on her in April.
Okay, well nobody let it know.
Hello?
Yep. Let me see. See where you shared this to.
Okay, she muted the mic.
Yeah, that's crazy, April. I had to I had to send it the link to myself in order to get this far.
Hey, K Judah. Okay, let's see. Let me call her. See what's going on. This is weird. We were
Yeah.
talking about Tiger Woods having a bad car accident.
K Judah. Good morning. Good morning, bro.
Yes. Well, anyway, we can start on this topic that I wanted to talk about. And what I wanted to talk about is it has been confirmed an FBI agent on his deathbed did say that the FBI killed Malcolm X. The family is requesting for the federal government to look into the case now. We already knew that the
Mhm.
feds and Hoover had something to do with Malcolm X's death. They always tried to make it seem like the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad had something to do with it, and he did not. So I'm so glad that that finally came out. And then there was actually two men that was not involved nowhere around the scene of Malcolm X being murdered at the age of 39, and two men spent their lives in prison. It was three men, but one guy did have something to do with it. I guess he helped the feds, but there was two other guys that was nowhere around the murder of Malcolm X that served all of this prison time. And that is a shame. And hopefully now, well, I mean, what do you think, Spidey? Do you think the feds are going to reopen the case?
Nope. I don't think so. Them folks already knew when that stuff first happened, who was involved, all of that stuff. They already knew. So why would they open up a a case implementing their wrongdoing?
Exactly.
So the folks is full of mess. I mean, it's sad that we had to be witness and privy to the things they do to our people on a daily basis, that we have to fight and try to get answers, which they already had the answers because they caused the problem in the first place.
Exactly. And you know, the sad thing of it is you actually had people that was saying, "Oh, the Nation of Islam did it. Elijah Muhammad did it. He was behind it." You know, therefore separating black people again. And all the time, it was the federal government and Larry, the president Hoover. So I was gonna, and that's Edgar Hoover. I don't know who's the president. I'm thinking Larry Hoover, but you know he's over the gangs. So yeah. So do you think that you just don't think that at one point in time the government would never admit to guilt?
Nope. they're not going to admit to it. Cause think about it, April. They haven't admitted to the wrongdoings that they've done thus far. They haven't admitted to the wrongdoings they did against our ancestors. So why would they admit something like that?
Okay.
And believe it or not, I mean it's bad to say, that they had those people killed Malcolm Martin, Medgar Evers, and why would they admit their part in that? They still haven't admitted what they did to the American Indians with the chicken pox and all this other stuff. So why would they say we did? They haven't even apologized for the things that they've done way back then. And some as more as recent as Malcolm Martin, those type of things, and a lot of the things that you see on a daily basis now that they're involved in. Why would they admit that? Why would they say we did it? Or why would they say we had part in that? They're not gonna tell on themselves. They'll throw a group of us up under the bus before they admit their wrongdoing.
Right. Good
I mean,
morning,
it's sad.
Phoenix Rising.
It's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was so glad that this FBI agent, everybody makes these deathbed confessions. Um,
And April, you gotta look at it too. Why would you wait to your deathbed? Now, I mean, when people do stuff like that, there's questions that has to be answered. Why you wait to your deathbed? What involvement did you have in that you couldn't say it before now? So you got to ask yourself that question. What involvement did that individual have that you got to tell it all right before you pass on?
yeah. Well, at least he told it. At
Yeah,
least,
I agree with that.
at
But
least he
it's
told
been
it.
what, almost 60 years later.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I mean, come on. I mean, think about it. We don't sit around and talk about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King on a daily basis. So, almost 60 years later, how much effect do you think that has almost 60 years later?
Well, it at least people will stop saying that Elijah Muhammad had something to do with it when in actuality he didn't, because that's what was out there. So I do thank him for that, because
Mm-hmm.
of course we always want to think that our people, we want to kill our people. Elijah Muhammad had nothing to do with that. Elijah Muhammad, you know, um, he's no different from some of these other leaders. They are of flesh. They are man and they are of flesh, and he had his issues. And they tried to spin the narrative that he was mad because when he made his trip back from Mecca, that him and Elijah Muhammad was into some big feud. But that's what the
Mm-hmm.
excuse me. That's what the government does. They give us false narratives and we run with it. And it's just a shame that you still had people thinking that Elijah Muhammad was responsible for his death. So I just thank goodness that the man did do the deathbed confession. at least it frees up Elijah Muhammad from, being accused of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I agree with you, but I mean, I mean, if you wait to 100 years, the sting is not as strong. I mean, don't get me wrong. The answers some questions, or that kind of eases some, but the pain is still there, and,
Yeah.
and, and the pain. Now you bring it up. The pain is diverted into a different area now. First thing you gotta ask, why you take so long? Why you wait till your deathbed? Like I say, I agree with you. At least that person brought that out. Made it known. But some of those stinging questions at the time of that happening could have been a lot less hurtful.
Yes.
So I mean, I do get it. Some people are afraid to come out, but if the overall picture, you did come out. If you did it now, you could have did it earlier.
Correct. But again, like I say, you know, um, we do know the government can make your life miserable. Uh,
That
they
is
will
true.
mess with you, your family. Uh,
That is true.
and so, you know, I'm pretty sure it's a whole lot of people that would have loved to have said something. Even the the people with voting against Trump. Trump must have something over these people, or they're
Hmm.
scared of the retaliation that will happen. So they have to go along with the agenda. Nobody is standing on the truth anymore.
Why would they tell the truth? First and foremost, the truth is more likely not in them. So why would they tell the truth?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to think about that. If okay, if you know that the devil is around, and it's around you, and people that you associate with, why would you go shake the devil's hand? And you know who he is, or who she is.
Correct.
So you already knew beforehand. But if the devil can give you whatever, grant your wishes or your desires or whatever, you know beforehand what you're getting into, but you still associate yourself. What's wrong with that picture?
Correct. Correct.
Hey, but I'm trying to find your YouTube. I can't find it. You might just send that to me.
I put it. Okay, I put it in the anything St. Louis group. I
I
already
don't
did
see
that.
it. I'm,
You
I'm
don't see
looking
it?
in there now. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Let me double
Yeah,
click
it's
something.
in the anything. Um, Phoenix Rising said because they feel they may be absolved of their sins in order to make it to the pearly gates. Yeah, I guess that is what that's bad confession is. You want to
And it's
right
not
your wrongs.
okay. There you go, April. I got it. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
you want to right your wrongs before you leave this earth and think that you're going to get to heaven. I don't. I guess that's how it works.
Well, see, uh, right. April, hold on. I'm gonna put my headset in so I can hear a lot better and hear what's going on. Give me a second. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Okay, we're holding on for technical difficulties, everyone. and then I'll read your statement next, Miss Margaret. So while we're waiting, Tiger Woods had a bad car accident, and he is recovering now. And we were wasn't laughing because I thought, well, the last accident he had, that's when the wife was chasing him with golf clubs when she found out that he was cheating, and he ran into a tree. Oh, Tiger Woods was something else. Tiger Woods had about 20 something women, and they got the nerves to talk about R. Kelly. Oh my goodness. Yes. And they also let Tiger Woods know that he was black also once he started cheating. All these affairs came out. So then you were a black man. Up until then, you were saying you were an Asian man. So we pray for Tiger Woods to get better. Yeah. And I hope the next time he decides to have 20 something mistresses, that some of them are African American women to give some of that money to. Okay. Spidey's putting on his headset. Miss Lady Alicia is having technical difficulties. And so
All right, April.
we'll wait for
I'm
Spidey.
getting there.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Because I wanted to kind of reply to what Phoenix Rising said earlier. Give me a second. I'm trying to get my sound to come through the headphones so I can hear what's going on.
Okay.
So bear with me. Kind of reply to what Phoenix Rising said earlier. Okay. Give me a second. I'm trying to get my sound. I got it now. Come through the headphones so I can hear. Yep, I got it. Going on. But
okay.
So what did she say? Because they feel they may observe the sins and observe their sins. Okay. In order to make the pearly gate. But see, here's the thing, Phoenix. But even though, so what did she say? Because I'm getting double.
Spidey, we got an echo.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on that now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Now I don't have it.
Okay.
All right. Okay. But Phoenix Rising, you got to look at the fact. They trying to decrease or trying to make up for or trying to that's fine and dandy, but here's my thing, and you know, disagree with me or agree with me or whatever the case is. If you're doing right in the first place, there is no trying to make up for your sins. Your sins is when you do wrong. That be using your tongue as a two-edged sword, you know, or talking bad about your neighbor or whatever the case is. Wrong is wrong. You know it ain't right, but according to what I've read about this part of that a lot of police officers in New York conspired along with the FBI, government agency conspired to assassinate Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, few others. So, wait a minute. What's wrong with that picture? Even the thought of conspiring to do bodily harm to somebody, you're already then committed a sin. And to me, the greater sin, if you got firsthand knowledge of, okay, well, we're going to take out Malcolm X. You know this firsthand. So now you are in the, what you call it in court? What they call it? You're thinking about it first.
Premeditated.
Okay. So you got this inside knowledge of premeditation. You're forming a plan. But you mean to tell me, oh, I'm not going to make it tomorrow. Let me say my part of this. That man's life could have been saved if that person, you know what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
But I mean, but they do that with us. Now, could have been that Malcolm contribution to the world would have been greater. Things could have been better. We don't know this because people conspired for him not to live past that day.
Better.
Same thing with Martin. Martin became woke. Martin became, man, I lead my people down the wrong path. And you had people that had firsthand knowledge they was going to do this to Martin, the day they was going to do it, what they was going to do with that, but people chose not to say anything. Could that would have been different? Maybe we would have been in a better place. First and foremost, Martin woke up and he realized that he made mistakes. He could have wrote his wrongs. We, April, myself, we could have been in a better position. But by them, whatever hatred, whatever you want to call it, the underlying reason for them doing what they do against us, you got to think. I'm telling you, a lot of this stuff, people have firsthand knowledge. Well, we're gonna assassinate this person. We're gonna take this person out. There's people that got this knowledge firsthand. Because you had to form a plan in order to carry these things out.
And see, even like with MLK's death, they were trying to say Jesse Jackson was involved and all these other people was involved. Therefore always making us side eye our own people, and they feed us their lies, and then they put stuff out there in the atmosphere, and then we believe it.
But here's the thing, and this is something that we have to realize. And I hate to say this like this, but I'm gonna have to play the devil's advocate. And don't get me wrong, a lot of Caucasian people is not racist. I'm not saying that, so I'm putting on my disclaimer now. A lot of white people is not racist. A lot of white people don't have those thoughts.
No, they don't.
But here's the thing. A lot of them do. So how do you justify the numbers, who's who, and whatever of that? But a lot of people don't have them thoughts. But in our case, we can't tell who's not thinking that way or whatever. We can't tell. Just like Their common thing with us, oh, black people ain't no good. That's not true either. So, but here's the thing. They would rather not deal with April, Miss Margaret. They'd rather not deal with you first and foremost because you are a person of not the same as them. I put you that way. So they'd rather not deal with you. They would rather help a person that's of another race than help April or myself. But when it's all said and done, we're still human. So what race got to do with, okay, April needs some help? You might, the person that's a Caucasian stature might have the influences, might have the resources that April can't get, that I can't get. But because of whatever, hereditary family issues with people of color, they refuse to help. So now you got to ask yourself this question. Are they just as racist as people that are racist? Even though, they ain't got nothing bad to say about April, they ain't got nothing bad to say about me, but they just won't help. That's something we got to think about.
Yeah, that is deep too.
Because I mean, before, you got to give Trump this. Trump brought racism to the forefront.
Yes,
The Klansmen then took their hoods off. Now they meeting the Aprils and myself in Walmart, and they throwing the N-word around like a brand new pair of gym socks. And it's just throwing the word around all willy-nilly.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Without even thinking about, well, she ain't gonna do nothing.
Like I told the lady here in my building, don't think because Trump in office, you gonna talk to me any kind of way you want to.
Exactly.
Trump got Secret Service, but I'll beat your ass. So you got me messed up if you think you ready to disrespect me. And she ran on that elevator because I went right after, and I said, "Now, and go tell management." Yeah. Because I was handing out food. She kept getting smart with me, And I just turned around and said, look, I think Trump done got you a little bit, done made you think that you bad, but you ain't bad. Trump got the Secret Service. But see, I'm right here.
But see, here's the deal too. People is failing to understand. The folks that's following Trump, they're not realizing something. Maybe April was up at age. April don't want to get no confrontation with nobody. Now she'll cuss you out now, but maybe April don't want to get in no confrontation.
I really don't, and I'm not going to be cussing people out no more.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
But I will cuss you out though.
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying. So, but here's the thing. The generation that's coming up next, them the ones you got to worry about. Because you know how they are right now. They are ruthless. They are treacherous. They do heinous crimes. They kill men, women, and children in the street in broad daylight. And won't even run when they pull a trigger. These are the ones that they got to deal with tomorrow. Now, the idea that, a lot of times they don't want to, they don't want to be heard right now. But the people that's pushing the racism, the whatever, the unified front so far as communities being, downtrodden and nothing is prospering in the urban communities, You got to remember this generation coming up right now, today, this day, February the 24th, as it was yesterday, February the 23rd, they still treacherous, ruthless, and they don't care about nothing. Just think, a year from now, they're going to be even worse. They got a year to get even worse. These are the ones that they got to look out for.
Yeah.
And they're not thinking about this. They're not thinking about the generation that's coming up. Now, the people that's Caucasian stature that's got status and, oh, well, we don't want to apologize. And this, I'm telling you, this is what they're saying. We're not going to apologize because we're showing that we are guilty. Well, mother freaker, the guilt is there from the inception of this place that we live in. Your ancestors made it racist. Look at the Constitution. How you gonna? And what kills me about this? They know the African history better than a lot of us do.
Yep. And then they also know how to play us against each other.
Exactly. So
And
them
if people
folks
can
know.
realize that, we could get so much ahead.
Yeah. They know. They know our
They know.
history. They know our worth better than we do.
Mm-hmm.
They know we are the true kings and queens of this planet.
Yeah.
But if you keep April down and keep her scratching and trying to climb up out of a hole, then you got Phoenix rising, grabbing April by her feet to keep her pulling her down. Then you got Miss Margaret over there whispering words that keep both of them from even trying to get up. It's all in brainwashing. It's
So
all in
true.
brainwashing.
So true.
So, but here's the thing. We don't have to listen to that stuff. Phoenix Rising got her own mind. Miss Margaret got her own mind. April got her own mind. But how come we can't say, okay, let's come together? We're family anyway, when it was all said and done. We're family anyway. We're connected, regardless if you believe it or not. We're connected because we're connected to the cosmos, the universe. Why does it say, okay, well, April, Phoenix, Miss Margaret, let's open up a community grocery store. It can be done, but Phoenix Rising don't like April because April got on pink fingernail polish today. We keep ourselves down. If we can get past that stigma, the stereotype, oh, April got on pink fingernail polish today. So if we get past the materialistic mindset of I'm gonna hold her down, I'm gonna hold him down, I'm not gonna support them. We get away from that and we come and we put together the frame of mind. We all in this together.
Yes.
We in this together. Because when you look at the whole overall picture, them folks that's doing the racism, the stupid stuff, the holding back other races and different things, they sitting back laughing. See, I told y'all they wasn't gonna do nothing. They ain't gonna amount to nothing. They ain't gonna come together.
Yep. So true.
They sitting back laughing. Why? While they're in your pocket. You got to remember, you got to go get gas. You got to go to the grocery store. So they're in your pocket the whole time while they're making fun of you.
So true. Miss Margaret says that she read a report of the autopsy that shots that killed him, and we're talking about Malcolm, came from above. The two blacks had guns with blanks because they were not confident they could be trusted. So there was somebody placed above to make sure he was killed.
Now, Miss Margaret, I don't know if you're familiar with Dick Gregory or not, St. Louisan. And anyway, Dick Gregory said it all the time that the people with the alphabet letters conspired to kill Malcolm because they used sharpshooters out of the ceiling. Dick Gregory said this a long time ago, but people wasn't listening to Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory was one of those folks that told the truth. No matter if it hurt your feelings or not, he was telling the truth. Why you think they got rid of Dick Gregory? Dick Gregory was a vegan. Dick Gregory fasted all the time. But all of a sudden, he's no more. Talking about this very subject. Talking about how we is being so stupid against each other that we need to do better. That's crazy.
Well, yeah,
Judah, you're right. They got rid of Mr. Gregory. They got rid of him because Gregory told the truth. And somebody else y'all need to keep an eye on is Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin tells the truth also. So no, that's the person to watch. Eddie Griffin puts the truth out there whenever he does a show. He puts the truth out there. That's somebody else to watch. Now, with that said, what Judah just said, how many people of color that has passed on, that was speaking consciousness or speaking awareness, that they're no longer here?
Yep. Yeah,
Now,
anybody that can uplift us and tell us the truth.
Yep. Now, Phoenix, I haven't seen the Men with Will Smith. I haven't seen that just yet. I plan on taking a look at that. But here's the thing, and to some that the Phoenix said earlier about the deathbed confession is conscious cleaning. So here's my thing. If only time that your conscience needs cleaning is when you get ready to pass on, to me, now, if I'm wrong, let me know now. It says something about that individual. So if you decide to do some conscious cleaning right when you get ready to pass on, ain't no guarantee you going through no pearly gates anyway. Now, who's to say, I'm finna play devil's advocate. Who's to say that confession that you held on to 50, 60 years that could have saved a life or two or 100 or thousands of lives, that was your ticket for you not to get to the pearly gates or go through them pearly gates? Who's to say that's not the case? We've all grown up and heard the words, talk is cheap. But action is required. So you have to keep that in mind. Who's to say that whatever secret it is, and it could have been something very small and minute, could have saved the person's life, if not many, or whatever the case is. The foundation for history could have been a totally different, then again, you got to ask yourself, why is it so important to the hierarchy, the higher ups, whatever you want to call them, to keep April, Miss Margaret, King Judah from advancing? If we advanced, they're getting richer.
Hello, DJ Pete. Let me add.
PD, what's up, man?
Hey.
So you got to ask yourself that question.
Hello.
Why they don't want us to advance? Something to be said for that question.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys? Good evening from Greece.
What's going on, Pete?
Hey, DJ Pete, how are you? Because you fell and had a slight accident, huh?
Yes,
No problem, man.
Yes, my love. Yes, my love. I had an accident yesterday. Yes.
Okay, you're okay, right?
I try. I have bad hurt in my hands, in my knees. I was at the hospital 4 hours yesterday for intensive care, but I try to be okay from today and 1 week now.
Okay.
Because next week I'm going back to the hospital to change something in my hand. Who doctor putting in my hand yesterday, but I try to be okay.
Well, you be okay, and we're praying for you to have a speedy recovery. Don't say your music show is canceled forever. You will be back.
Yep, we're claiming healing.
And DJ Pete is he is a great supporter on Spreaker.com.
Yes, he is.
And Pete goes to everyone's shows, and
yes, he does.
Supports everyone, and he lives in Greece. So we need you to get well, and we're all going to be praying for you. If you can send me your address, and so we'll try to send you a little love token. Yeah.
My love, thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for this. It's okay. Don't spend money for me. It's okay. You give me my love, and I take it. 4 years now. You are my family on Spreaker.com. Don't forget that. I am here for all my friends on Spreaker.com, for the people who love me and coming to my shows and listening my shows on the RT radio and the Truth Radio. But it's okay. Don't spend money for me. I am poor. I am poor, but I am rich in my heart and my soul. Don't forget that.
Okay.
I coming here on StreamYard only to talk with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see your hand now.
And Spider-Man.
Okay. Wow.
Here is a left hand. Here is my left hand. Here is my right hand.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're claiming healing for you.
We're claiming healing for you. We're claiming healing. Yes.
Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you so much, Spider-Man, and my love, April.
Okay.
I don't forget that. If someday in the next years I died, I take it all in my heart. All your friendship, all your love, all, everything. I take it in my heart. Don't forget that, guys. I am here for all my friends on Spreaker.com and
Okay.
MCD and WBRP radio, everything. Everyone, I am here because I love you so much, and I and everyone give me an opportunity to doing my show, and I make a lot of friends, and with a very good heart and very good soul. Uh, uh, but I am here. Sorry
Yes,
to
we are glad you are
sorry
here.
for talking like this, but I'm little
It's no
cold.
problem. We all
Uh,
family.
uh,
We all
uh,
family.
uh, I am a little cold here, and maybe it's it's I am the first day for recovery, uh, because next week I'm going to the hospital back and to see my doctor in the hospital. So to finish uh, all this bad situation. But I wanted yesterday to go into the grocery shop to buy some things for my home. Vegetables, tomatoes, all this other kind of vegetables, and at 5 meters of my entrance of my home, uh, I have the sun the sunshine in my eyes. I close my eyes and I fell down on the street.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, feel
but
better. Totally feel better, my friend.
Yeah,
Totally
feel
feel
better.
better. But we got
thank
we
you,
got you we got you in the heart, man, and we hope that you feel better. We claiming healing
We claiming
uh,
healing.
on your behalf. So
thank you, bro. Thank you so much, bro. Uh, Thank you
Okay.
for your
Thank
prayer.
you for coming on to the show.
Thank you for your prayers, guys.
it's no
Uh,
problem at all, bro.
No problem.
April, uh, take care.
Okay.
Cancer is not very good. It's not very good issue because today I make a phone call to my uncle for my father's uh, uh, family, and 1 month before he lost his wife from cancer after 30 years, I think.
Okay.
Uh, in-
All right. Well, thank you for coming on.
my prayers is for you, April. My
Okay.
prayers
Thank you.
is for you, and my love is for you. Don't don't forget that. Uh,
I
and
won't.
thank you so much for everything you done for me. Everything. I
No problem.
appreciate that, and I have here, and I have here in my heart
Thank
everything.
you.
So if guys continue your conversation here on your live, so continue right now. But I listening at the background.
Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Feel
So
better,
the
bro.
next story that I wanted to talk about is here. I hope you guys can see it, where we have a black Columbia professor that's saying that he does heroin regularly for life.
Right, to keep a balance. But see, you have to go with the man. That's a black person saying that he does heroin to keep a balance, a life balance. How many of them, his white cohorts does that and worse? They're not saying that they do it.
Right.
Sometimes
I,
folks put
why
tokens
would
out
you
there.
advocate somebody to use drugs?
Exactly.
Why would you say? I mean, I'm just not
And
getting it. It's just
why is it not a
much.
person? Why is it not a person of another race? Why got to be somebody of color? You got to ask that question.
I
Don't you
mean,
think?
I
Don't
was
you think?
just
Don't you
blown
think?
away.
Right? Don't you think we get derogatory marks and derogatory strikes against us just because we are of color? So now you adding even more stigmatization to us when you, this person of color, a college professor,
Yeah.
supposed to be smart. So you just added another X to the color race. People don't think
mean,
about it like that.
I
You know?
mean,
Wow.
it's unbelievable. It's
Mhm.
unbelievable that I've got to look at a smart, intelligent black man says he uses drugs,
Uh-huh.
heroin, which was
I
put in the black community
exactly by them folks. But anyway,
by
now
the government to destroy us. And
exactly.
you're saying that you use this, and
Yeah, it's
you're
crazy.
saying that you use this.
Mhm. Now I wonder how much longer
Ouch.
his tender is going to be after that.
Ah, ah.
People don't wake up and smell of coffee until it's too late. Then it be statements like, "Oh, I shouldn't have put that statement out there." How much longer you think he gonna have his tenureship as a professor? It's crazy.
Yeah, like who does this?
Like
Who?
I say, a lot of his Caucasian cohorts or colleagues, they do that and more. You don't see them in fine print saying that they get high and all this other
Exactly.
stuff. So you got to ask the question: who's smart and who's dumb? I'm just saying. Oh, April, I want to bag something up right quick.
Okay.
This the statement that I was talking about Phoenix Rising, uh,
Mm-hmm.
about the person on the deathbed conscious cleansing thing. Now, Phoenix Rising, I read the first part of that because I was trying to make a point. But the point of it is, a lot of people don't come out for the fear of being taken out, assassinated, and other things of that nature. That is true. But in the same token, what's right is right and wrong is wrong. So a lot of time people put themselves over over a multitude of people,
Hey,
and they
B.
know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. And they could have saved a life, or two, or three, or whatever, or many. But by them keeping their mouths shut, you see the end result. Like I say, history could have been different with Malcolm and Martin and Medgar.
Yes.
The plot, the plan, the premeditation was there because they didn't want Phoenix Rising to get above and get ahead. They didn't want Judah to be greater. They didn't want April to have. If they can keep you wanting, there's a difference when having and wanting. There's a difference. But if they can keep you wanting, you already done lost the battle. They're going to do that. They're going to keep you where April needs them. Phoenix Rising needs them. If they can keep you needing them, why should they say, okay, Phoenix Rising, we're going to help you achieve. We're going to help you with generational wealth for you and your family. That ain't the case. Because when it's all said and done, who do you got to go to for the land? It ain't Phoenix Rising. It ain't April. It ain't Miss Margaret. It ain't Judah. Who you got to go to for the land? Then you got to ask yourself this question. Who do you got to go to pay the taxes on the land? It ain't Miss Margaret. It ain't April. It ain't Judah. Come on now. You got to be smarter than the average bird. You got to be smarter than the average bird. You got to go to them for goods and services. They knew what they was doing when they put this. I'm not even gonna say that. I'm gonna be good. When they put this place together where we stay at, they knew what they was doing. If they need you in a position to always needing them, what can Judah do? Is Judah gonna have a hard time trying to open up this grocery store that he had his mind set on opening up? April will have a hard time opening up this beauty supply place slash, you come get your hair done. You get some chicken and, while you're getting your hair done. Whatever the case is. Your dreams is shattered because people that pulls the strings don't want April to succeed. They don't want Phoenix Rising to succeed. They don't want Miss Margaret to succeed. They don't want Pete to succeed. And it's not just a colored thing. People that's got money don't want April, Phoenix, Miss Margaret, Judah, myself. They don't want to see you take a step ahead. They always want to be in control. They always want to be the ones that you got to need. You got to need them. If they can keep you in that position, they know April ain't gonna get no folks together and try to do something positive. Because April gonna be too busy quarreling with Miss Margaret. April gonna be too busy talking bad about Miss Margaret, or Miss Margaret talking bad about April. It's the confusion. It's the brainwashing.
And all I have is love for people. I don't do all of that gossiping and all of that stuff. I'm trying to figure out a way we can all make it.
Right. So and we can do this if we put our mind to it.
Yeah.
Let's sit down and come up with a game plan. We all might not be in the same damn state, but we can put some things together where we can come together.
Yeah.
It is what your mind can achieve. You can make that come true.
And we gotta stop letting the media feed us false narratives.
I got a solution for that.
And believe in everything that they tell us, because this man right here, I wrote him a letter. This college, Columbia, professor.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you say heroin? You can use it and you enjoy it, and we got so many people that's strung out. Like, oh my God, I cannot believe this man did this. Now, Phoenix Rising, she did make the comment that hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I do. Oh, that's my phone. Sorry, I got everything coming in through my big speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, sorry about that.
Oh, ain't no problem. Know how it go.
But
Hey, life happens.
you know,
What?
why would you? Why you know?
You got to remember now.
I don't even know why he said this, K. Judah. He's a professor, and he's trying to say,
Because,
drug use.
because
They should stop decriminalizing it.
right. But see, here's the thing too, April. We got to realize
Excuse
it.
me, heroin.
But see, we got to realize this. Even though people went to school to be smart, they're dummies. A lot of the smartest people in the world are dummies. A lot of them don't have common sense to not to walk across a red light when traffic is rolling. Common sense go a long way.
Yeah.
Everybody got common sense. Everybody got common sense. But if you use it, that's a different story. Everybody know right from wrong.
Jump on the panel if you want to come in and talk about some stuff.
Yeah.
Phoenix Rising says, Miss April, you may not know a lot of doctors and surgeons do drugs on a regular basis in order to maintain schedule and pressure. The hospital know this and allowed them to work 9 months, the 3 months rehab. Well, I like I said, it doesn't surprise me that half of them, they pop pills, they pop opioids. That's why I pray before I have any type of surgeries and stuff. So I know half of these doctors are on some type of drugs, but I don't want to know about it.
Phoenix Rising, I agree with you. Phoenix Rising say that there is functioning addicts in every profession. I agree with that because I knew a guy in Minnesota that worked for a reputable company, went to work every day. The first one out the door going to work. And the guy I tell you in a minute, I'm a crackhead. I get high on the weekends. If it ain't the weekend, I don't mess with it. I'm like, wow. That's something. But they go to show you, people will can be greater than anything you put into your body. Because that takes will for him to be a functioning addict that gets high. For him to get high and still go to work every day, that takes a great will. Hold on, April, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yes, and I do agree that there are functional addicts. Yeah. But something like heroin where your body needs it, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. I know of one doctor who lived to a normal old age. I know of 3 who died in 40s. Yeah, it makes you wonder, But to have somebody saying, to advocate for heroin. It's just, this has just completely blown my mind. Knowing, all of the people that are strung out, that's going to methadone clinics and everything to get off heroin. And it's just unbelievable that, I don't think I need to know that information. I don't want to know what anybody does in their personal life and if they're using drugs or not. Just long as you treat me fine, that's okay. But for somebody to come out and say using heroin is okay, that's crazy. That just blew my mind. Yeah. Miss B Sparrow, did you want to come on? Did you want to hop on? So, yeah, that's just really, really crazy to me. Yeah. And then again, we've had the snowstorms. We've had snow everywhere. Houston was without power, water. I mean, it's been crazy, but the good thing we do know is that we still have a higher power. And I believe he gave us these snowstorms to let us know that he's still in control. He's also letting us know that he's not pleased with some of the things that are going on in this world. So I think the higher power is not pleased. So he's going to let us stay inside. We've had snow all in the southern states, no power. He's letting us know that he is still in control. With everything that's going on in this world, the higher power is not pleased with the state of the world. That's my personal feelings.
April, I agree with you, because you got to remember, y'all have to remember something. When we was growing up, whatever era you grew up in, you've always heard that coldness kills germs and viruses. So we get a what you call it, a freeze.
Hey, Phoenix Rising, let me add you to the stream. We want to welcome you. Hey, lady.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Hello, Phoenix Rising. Hello from Greece.
Hello.
How are you, Phoenix?
I'm hanging there. I'm in my pajamas, but I'm sitting up.
Okay, what were you saying about Spidey?
It's okay. Don't worry. We don't see you.
Yeah.
Okay. What were you saying, Spidey?
April, I don't remember.
We were saying that God is not pleased, the higher power is not pleased.
Yeah, it's a trip when you get older, y'all. But hey, bear with me. But the thing about it is that, remember when we was growing up, we've always heard that when it gets cold, that coldness kills germs and viruses. So the hospitals was adapting that formulation to the hospital. When we was younger, you couldn't go in a hospital. It would be so cold in there. You have to have on a coat, a jacket, or something.
Oh, yes.
So think about this now. We're in 2021. You go into a hospital. It's cold in there. So are they contributing to the growth of certain things? It ain't as cold no more. Even if you went to the grocery stores used to be so cold.
Yes.
Not no more. Yeah. So
movie theaters, every
Exactly.
place, out to eat. I remember just carrying a jacket
Exactly.
because I know it would be so cold.
Exactly. It'd be so cold you had to have a coat, almost a parka. But that's not the case now. So what do they know that we don't know? Or what are they trying to hide? And why did it change? If coldness still kills viruses and germs, then we just see evidence of the creator's work, snow, coldness, pretty much everywhere.
Yes.
So y'all got to read between the lines. And just like April said, something's taking place. That coldness was put here for a reason. And some of the places didn't have cold like that, like, like Minnesota and Chicago. So you got to look at the big picture. If you're thinking the Almighty Creator is not working on your behalf, you got to ask this question. You got to ask this question. That the Creator is always working on your behalf, even if you don't believe or not. Because think about it. You have your health, you have your life, you have the ability to change what you did yesterday to today and make it better. So the Creator is always working on your behalf. Think about this. Look how many people can't say that was here, that wasn't here yesterday. You got another opportunity to make things better. So whatever ills, whatever things that you got, whatever you don't like about a person, man, look, I mean, we grown, you do what you want to do. But you got to find peace within yourself. So find that peace within yourself and help somebody to find their peace if you can. I'm telling you, it'll make you feel a whole lot better. And a lot of these different ailments that we got, we won't have them because being grateful or gracious, being thankful, those two things right there in itself will help you start healing your body. Just them two things now. Being thankful that, okay, I can breathe today. I'm breathing. I'm here. I'm able to talk. I'm able to see. So you got to look at those things. And you got to believe. You got to believe in those things. Believe in gracefulness. Believe in thankfulness. Believe in. You got to believe in those things. Believe in gracefulness.
Okay, so you got to echo.
Believe in. Somebody's listening to the channel somewhere.
Yeah,
hold on, y'all. It's me. Hold on 1 second.
Phoenix Rising, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, come on, Phoenix. Come on now. Flap
Come on, Phoenix.
Well, you know,
I'm sorry, y'all. It's me. I'm trying to get it together over here.
Okay.
I'm having one
how
of
we doing
those.
now?
My love, April, and
Can you hear me?
Spider-Man.
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, I'm having one of those moments where the conversation travels so swiftly that I think I'm back with the doctor.
Okay.
The doctor who decides to make the public announcement that he's a heroin user, and we're wondering why. I don't think that it had anything to do with his color. Yes, as Black people, we're embarrassed, but the truth of the matter is that a good 80% of the country is on some type of mind altering substance for lack of a better word. And now that marijuana is being championed all over the place, so everybody's high, which is crazy to me. Maybe you see, heroin is the problem with heroin is when heroin was designed for the military. Let's just say that to start off. It was designed to assist soldiers who were injured in the field. They didn't have to give them as much medication. So they then decided that for those persons who were addicted in cities all across the land, that they would give them methadone to kind of quell their need to rob, steal, and obtain the drug in very negative manners. Now, however, heroin has really been a Caucasian issue under the table because I worked at Maryland Shock Trauma with exploratory surgeries and unheard of things, bringing people back from the dead from accidents and all of that. And they were finding that the doctors and the nurses were very traumatized. So they began under the cover using heroin and cocaine, mainly cocaine to keep the stamina up and heroin to kind of calm the nerves. And this has been going on all over the world. So I'm interested in why he's coming out for that now. I hope that made some sense to you all.
Yeah, it made plenty of sense. But like I say, I agree with you.
I'm against it. I'm totally against it. But
Right.
I lived it. I worked in shock trauma. I'm going to be transparent. We were all doing drugs. But now, I'm going to say that was 30 years ago.
Right.
Exactly.
But 30 years ago, we were doing it. So
everybody that went through the drug phase. I mean.
Exactly. But what is he trying to say? I heard about it, but what was the article really saying? Did it give him a reason why he said it?
Well, he's let me see. Let me see if I can copy and paste something right here.
But yeah, I mean that's crazy. Like I say, somebody got to be a token. But
yeah, I agree with that. So there is a bigger picture. There's a bigger picture.
Right.
We just have to wait on it to come.
Right. So now I'm going to play devil's advocate. Suppose whoever behind a door, whatever, say, okay, if you do this, you ain't got to work again for the rest of your life. But we need you to do this.
Okay. In the comments, I'm posting. If you can see the comments, I just posted what he said.
April and Spider-Man. I shared this live show on Facebook.
Okay, thank you. So it says, HART, who studies the effects of psychoactive drugs on humans, finds his use of the narcotic to be as rational as my alcohol use. Like vacation, sex, and the arts, heroin is one of the tools that I use to maintain. Wait a minute, hold on. I can put it up here.
Nah,
HART, who studies the effects of psychoactive drugs on humans, finds his use of narcotic to be as rational as my alcoholic use, like vacation, sex, and the arts. Heroin is one of the tools that I use.
Well, that just tells me.
Of drug use, not drugs themselves,
Okay.
has become a tremendous scourge on America, not least in reinforcing this country's enduring structural racism, according to the publisher.
Well,
Now,
I think he went off. I think he went off in a different direction, trying to legitimize uh,
mm-hmm.
a clinical trial that he's in. It sounds like he's in some kind of not clinical trials. Spotty, help me. When they are doing experimental stuff on people,
Right. Right.
and I would say in 10 years we'll have legal heroin. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my goodness! Oh my
Mm-hmm.
goodness! This is some type of, what is it called, Spotty?
Token.
A trial or something.
Mm-hmm. A token move.
It shocks us now. Like, what the hell? But
Mm-hmm. That's another X for us.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just. But yes, it is an X because they put the black man up there. But let me tell you something. More Caucasian people use heroin than African Americans.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
That's
I'm
the
on the
biggest
same
secret in
page
the
with you.
world. We are always demonized, but the truth of the matter is that Caucasians lead the pack.
Now,
and we have all these young.
How come they didn't put one of them up there?
Well, they don't want to know the secret. They don't want people to know the secret.
There you go. Now you cooking with Crisco.
That be?
Now
you think Jeff Bezos gonna put his son up there? No. I mean,
now you cooking with Crisco.
About government officials' children, like a couple presidents, children are heroin and sex addicts and all that. We don't see that. We see the African American on the headline.
Why you think that is so? Because they want to keep the derogatory. That, believe it or not, by him coming out making that statement, that's even brainwashing to a full extent. By him coming out making that statement. Now, first you judging that man because he's black, and you being a person of color, you judge him. Oh man, now you judging him. So now you keeping that in-house racial divide. You keeping it strong. Now you got Caucasian people looking at this black man. I knew it. See, I knew all of them is bad. I told you.
But wait a minute. You have two audiences that he's addressing. Because the professionals that use the heroin already are like, yes, keep going forward and tell us how we can do this legally, or how we can go to the Rite Aid pharmacy and get the prescription. And then you got the everyday working man who walks past the addict and views addiction in a whole different light, which is what the public sees. But the upper echelons, they use heroin all right, and cocaine too. I'm just saying.
Look, they use stuff that we have no idea that's out there.
Exactly.
So
you
gotta look at the fact.
Yeah,
they gonna always put a person of black stature up front. When it came to them forming the military, who did they put on the front line first? So, and even today, who do they send to war first? Usually, it's the infantry, and usually aren't they usually people of color?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
So, what's wrong with that picture? Something's greatly wrong with that picture. It's a scientific fact. When people of color go into the military and they first thing is to stick them in infantry. It's a fact that when a person of color goes to war or in the heat of battle in war, that their drive to move forward is greater than that of a Caucasian person. Why do you think they send color people to infantry? First ones to get shipped out. Y'all got to smell the coffee cooking. That's why they do stuff like that.
Yes.
Why do you think when our ancestors start inventing things, Benjamin Banneker, some of the greatest inventions, this man dealt with the almanac, the first almanac that was so accurate they couldn't even believe it. He built a watch out of wood that worked accurately.
Melanated persons have always been the genius.
Come on now. He built a clock that ran for 50 years accurate. 50 years after his death. Come on now. Now, here's something I want y'all to think about. If I'm wrong, let me know. I ain't got no problem admitting I'm wrong. Here's the thing. They talk about Nikola Tesla, who wasn't a Caucasian person. He was Slavic or something, or whatever the case was.
Yeah,
he wasn't Caucasian or whatever. Some of the greatest inventions that we use today. You got electricity running through your house? Nikola Tesla is the cause of that. Now, here's the thing. Only thing that we know is what information they put out there for us to grab. How do we know? Honestly, like I said, if I'm wrong, y'all let me know. How do we know that Nikola Tesla wasn't a person of color?
Well, actually, he was like Russian or like Slavic or something descent. But then when you go back and look at history,
come on now.
The czar who was thrown over and his daughter is the subject of all kinds of movies, Anastasia. They were people of color. So when you kind of look at his facial structure and pictures of him, he does look like a man of color.
Well, we were dispersed to the four corners of the earth on slave ships, so he very well could have been.
Yes.
Now we know what they tell us. Now I'm gonna throw some out. I'm gonna throw y'all a ringer. This is ringer day today.
Okay.
How do we know? We know for a fact. We know for a fact that 1 out of 8 cowboys back in the Wild Wild West was black. The settlers were black. So how do we know? Actually, the Wyatt Earp, that sounds like a black person name, but anyway, how do we know that he wasn't black or a person of color? How do we know that Doc Holliday? They sound like some gangsters to me. So how do we know that they weren't black? But we say, they saying, well, they people of Caucasian stature. But if you look at the earlier pictures of Doc Holliday, his skin is kind of on the darkish side.
Yes.
Well, DJ Spider, you look at how they whited out the Bible. Look at how they whited out our forefathers.
Now, B, why
Abraham, Moses, Jacob.
Now, why you want to buzz your wings around that subject today?
Look at how they white, because it's the same thing. You saying the same thing. They whited the Bible out. That's
now
our
you
history.
get my point. Now you get my point.
That's our history, the Bible. I hate it when I hear people say, oh, that's a white man's book or whatever. But that is actually our history. But you have people like Constantine the Great, all these different Romans that came up and took our religion. I ain't even gonna call it a religion. Took our lifestyle, took our culture, and made it their religion.
Now, here's the thing though. Even though they took our culture, you can't say that they made it their religion because they don't believe the bull crap.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes,
No,
they
they don't.
do. Yes, they
Because
do. I'm telling you, all
but see-
these white
but see, here's the
evangelicals.
thing, B. You got to look at this.
Mhm.
Nah, wasn't supposedly this country founded on religious purposes or around religion, brotherly or
This
whatever.
country was founded
Whatever.
on a bunch of lies.
Come
That's
on,
what this
now,
country was founded
so
on, a bunch of
if the-
lies.
If the country was founded on lies, so what does it say the strength of the Bible is founded on?
I don't understand your question.
If this place that we reside in was founded on lies, how does the Bible hold strength to that? Because you got to remember now, this country is supposed to have been a Christian.
Well, the Bible holds
Driven.
its own truth. The Bible holds its own truth.
Okay, what truth do the Bible hold?
That there is only one true and living God, and that He has a special people that He wants to obey and follow His laws and commandments. And that because we did not follow His laws and commandments, now this is not coming from me, this is biblical. Deuteronomy 28, according to Deuteronomy 28, because we did not follow His laws and commandments, He dispersed us to the four corners of the earth and said that we will be enslaved by a strange people in a strange land.
So we're being enslaved by aliens, is what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I said a strange people
I'm just asking
in
now.
a strange land. That's what the Bible says. I ain't saying
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Follow me, B. So
our captors. They still our cap. We still living in the land of our captors.
but see, here's the thing. If you're not of this, then you're alien to it. You're foreign to it, right?
Yes.
So that
Yes.
makes our ancestors foreign to this land.
Yes, of course.
So that means
They
that
were.
we should have entitlement and different things because we wasn't from here, or our ancestors wasn't from here. So we should have certain entitlements.
There were laws put in place. There were
Okay,
laws
go
put in
ahead,
place.
Phoenix Rising wants to say something. Go ahead.
Now, I don't want to step on anybody's beliefs and all of that, but
Yeah, because
what Bible are you talking about?
I'm
Because
talking about the
number
King
one, there
James
was
Bible.
never a English Bible. The Bible was born out of Judaism, and who translated it? I mean, how do we know what it says and how it applies to us? Listen, I was from a family who we were in church 7 days a week. My grandmother had
Church.
13 children.
I am not talking about church over here.
No, wait a minute. Let her
No, I'm
finish.
just making a point. I wanted to make a point. So I'm just making a point. I learned it. Well, I guess what I was saying is, I learned the Bible by heart.
Okay.
Okay, from the Christian Science perspective, from the Catholic to the Baptist to the Seventh-day Adventist to this to that to other.
Okay.
I didn't get anything out of it. I can quote the Bible though, but when I wanted to know the Word of God,
right, that's understandable. And
I
applaud you for that.
Though, I was taught that if you ask God with an honest prayer to give you revelation, direction, and all that else that goes along with it, then you ask Him in an honest prayer. So everything I've learned about life and interacting with people, and when I'm sitting in church and the pastor's preaching and teaching from this Bible, this book, this magical book, where did the book come from?
The Bible was inspired by men of God. The Bible is an inspiration of the Most High, of our Creator.
Okay.
Now you asked me what Bible was. Wait a minute, hold on, Spider-Man. I got to get this out. You asked me what Bible I was reading from, right? So I read from the King James Version of the Bible. If you ever took the time out to study Deuteronomy 28, if you ever took the time to study from verses 1 to 14, the Most High Yah tell you what will happen to you if you obey his laws and commandments, if you keep his laws and commandments. From verses 15 on out, it tells you what will happen if you do not follow his laws and commandments. And I can guarantee you that if you start to read those curses, things will start to sound familiar to you. Things that happen in the Black community, things that happen in your own neighborhood. I don't know of any other people that were dispersed to the four corners of the earth on slave ships. If anyone on this panel can name any group of people that was dispersed to the four corners of this earth on slave ship, please do put it in the chat room and let me know. And if you read Deuteronomy 28, that's what it is speaking about. The transatlantic slave trade. And that's not coming from me. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the book of Deuteronomy 28. Read the whole book.
Let me apologize.
Let me say one more thing. Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing and then I'm gonna shut up. If you know the Bible, like you say, from Genesis to up to now, from Genesis, our forefathers were enslaved because they did not follow God's laws and commandments. Throughout the history of the Bible, the Hebrew children have been enslaved. You know, Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Romans, they all enslaved our ancestors, and it was because of our disobedience to the Most High. That's the whole word right there.
Well, can I just apologize to you?
Okay, wait a minute. Let Phoenix, what did you have to say?
Well, I want to apologize to you because I didn't hear you speak of the Bible, saying anything about the Bible. I was listening to Spidey's conversation. So I apologize if it came out the wrong way.
No, it didn't. I was just explaining.
On my behalf. And I come from a long line of women who had the same gift. In example, when I worked with cancer patients, and I wanted to uplift them and give them faith and all of that, and I would take my hand and run through the pages of the Bible and stop where I needed to be, because I was being Holy Spirit driven.
Yeah, that has happened to me.
I would give it to them so that they could read it for interpretation. But for the Bible for me is Holy Ghost infusion. So I don't ever want to trample on anybody.
Yeah, and I really don't even like talking about religion and stuff, because I respect everybody's religion and what they believe in and everything. Yeah. And so, you know, what were you going to say, Spidey? Spidey. Oh, hey, Judah.
Spidey stirred the pot.
So let me ask y'all this. About the coronavirus. So we know.
Okay. Welcome, K. Judah.
Brother K. Judah, shalom, my brother.
Shalom, family. How y'all doing? How you doing, Miss April?
Fine.
Hi, K. Judah.
That's Miss Phoenix.
Miss Phoenix, yes.
How you doing, Miss
Yes,
Phoenix?
hi.
How you doing,
Hi there.
Spider? How you doing, Spider? And how you doing, my brother DJ Pete? How you doing?
Oh, DJ Pete on the panel?
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Yeah.
Pete.
It doesn't feel good.
But wait a minute, Spidey, did you Finish your statement, Spidey.
I am
What you
here.
were saying. Yeah, Spidey. Yeah, because
Spidey,
now,
are you there? Everybody wants you.
yeah.
Yeah. And what's up,
Okay.
Chuck?
Now, what was
I'm
you
here,
saying?
April. I'm here, April.
Okay.
I just want to play devil advocate right quick. Hold on,
Okay.
just put my headphones in, and this might make some people mad, but hey, we here, we grown, we having discussions. So hold on, let me put my headphones on.
Yeah.
Probably gonna make some people mad, but hey, that's what I do.
Let's go.
So
We
let me
need
ask
you.
this question. 9. B said
Hey,
earlier, the
Tracy.
Bible was inspired by God for man to interpret what God said. I'm finna play devil's advocate. And I hope this don't make people mad and and all this other stuff, but I'm finna play devil's advocate.
Let's go.
Here's the
I'm
thing.
teachable.
Here's the thing. If God is what y'all say he is, now don't get me wrong, I believe in a higher power. I believe in a higher power. We didn't create ourselves. But here's the thing. I'm asking this question, and I want you to think about what I'm asking. If God Almighty is the creator, created April, me, B, Judah, Phoenix, Chuck, Pete, created us all, why would he need man to interpret something that he could have wrote himself?
Okay, do you want to take that, or you want me to take it? How else was he going to do it, Spider?
The Almighty.
How else was he going to do it?
I mean, because like I said, I really don't like to discuss the Bible and all of that stuff. But to me, the Bible just tells stories.
That's all it is, allegories. But anyway, but take it out, B.
How else
But
was he going
can
to
I
do
say
it?
this? Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Now let's just say this. When a doctor is the physical instrument of the Holy Spirit's direction. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So when the doctor is revving up and getting himself together, 9 times out of 10, the first thing they do is pray. Now they're not praying to a book, they're praying to the being of their understanding. So thus he becomes the instrument by which God manifests whatever it is he's trying to do.
I understand.
That's how I see it.
I understand. But like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate. I hope this don't rub people the wrong way, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. Here's my thing. If God needed people to interpret, which B is human, B make mistakes. Judah make mistakes. April make mistakes. Phoenix make mistakes. We interpret things differently. I interpret things differently than April, B, Judah.
Right.
You see what I'm getting at? So the Almighty Creator, why would he need B to write down what he wants April to understand?
Can I answer that?
Can I say this? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead, Miss Phoenix. No, you go ahead. You're the elder. You go ahead.
I'm the baby in the group.
Okay.
Let me just give you another analogy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's what, six of us or 7 of us? When the civil rights movement, the Maryland chapter of the civil rights movement started, they started down in grandma's basement, somebody's grandma's basement with 5 people. Okay? Each person brought something different to the table.
Exactly.
Each person was able to teach the other person,
I'm with
bringing awareness. So this is the need this is my example of the need that you're talking about. because I was going to ask V to hit you with the scripture that would tell you what you were asking.
I got it right now.
Okay.
He asked, why did the Most High Yah, or whatever y'all call him,
Use man.
need for man to write down what he wanted man to know, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you actually read the scriptures, before he came down upon Mount Sinai to give them the commandments, he actually wrote it with his own finger. Man did not write the commandments down. They actually came from God himself. He gave it to Moses with the finger of God, but when Moses broke them, the Lord told Moses, this time you go get the stones and you gonna write on them. Because at first God wrote upon them, but when Moses broke them because the people were sinning against God, God told Moses, now I wrote them the first time, now you go get the stones and you write them this time. But at first, it was the finger of God, it was not man. And when you ask, and when you ask, why do God need man to write it down? Because we are not worthy to be in God's presence. God is holy. We are not holy. So you use man from among man to write down what you want man to know.
I
They didn't write down what they wanted to write down. They wrote down what thus said the Lord. So you cannot get different interpretations from it. If my mama tell me to do something, I can't interpret it but what she told me to do. That's the same thing with the Bible. Whatever this Bible say, that's what God want us to do. You either gonna do what he say, or you're gonna make excuses and you're not gonna do what he say. And just like your mama will go upside your head, it's consequences for being disobedient to your parents. God do the same thing.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you, Judah. I'm with you. But see, like I say, this is why I'm playing devil's advocate, because I want people to understand. I want you to do your research. I want you to prove me wrong, prove me right. I'm throwing up a question. Now, you got to look at this fact. You got to look at this fact.
Okay.
Now, the Almighty Creator, being almighty, gracious, powerful, all-seeing, all-knowing.
Okay.
The reason I basically asked that question, because in Genesis it said God was looking for Adam, didn't know where he was at.
No, he knew.
If you follow me, if you follow me,
he knew where he was.
But it said, no, it didn't be. He said that he couldn't find Adam.
Where does it say that at, Spider?
It's in Genesis. So I don't have the Bible in front of me, but they said that he was looking for Adam, didn't know where he was at. It's there in Genesis.
You got to show me the scripture.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't really like to discuss religion because everybody interprets the Bible
exactly
to fit their needs.
Exactly.
I'm with you.
I don't.
Like I say, I want people to understand
the Bible. You can't interpret the Bible to fit your narrative because there's only one truth. Now, if you try to interpret this Bible to fit your agenda,
I can read the Bible and I can interpret something the way I read it, not to fit my lifestyle or anything.
Okay. Everybody got a different understanding.
Everybody got a different understanding. So, and this, thou shalt not steal. So, don't steal.
Right.
You
right
right from wrong. You can't interpret that no other way. You see what I'm saying? That's not steal.
There's no exceptions. It says that thou shalt not steal. But I don't like to discuss religion.
Right.
Because, but it's no way. You shouldn't steal. So
right. You know right from wrong. I'm
with you.
But
let me ask both of y'all this. Let me ask.
But let me finish this up right quick, Judah. But what B was looking for, that where it said in Genesis, it said Genesis 3:9. But the Lord God called out to man, where are you? You see what I'm saying? So, but that's irrelevant. But the idea that man make mistakes. So my thing of it is, and Judah, you said that God wrote it with his own finger. Moses destroyed that. Okay. Here's the thing. Who's to say that what Moses wrote was the same thing that the Almighty had written in the first place. Moses could have written it under his own understanding, where he thought what God said. If you follow what I'm saying, I'm just playing devil advocate.
No, but wasn't Moses a servant of the Lord?
There you go.
Wasn't he a servant of the Lord?
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
So if he was
Mhm.
a servant of the Lord,
Exactly.
then he was tapped
But
into
even though
his
Moses is a servant, Moses was still a man.
And so are all
Are y'all-
these
are y'all-
pastors
are y'all-
running around in
Are
church.
y'all following what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I follow
I
what
feel
you
you. I feel you. I feel you, Scott. I feel you. And man do
Yeah.
make mistakes. And man do make mistakes.
That's what I'm. That's what I was getting at. Man make
Yeah.
mistakes.
Yeah,
So
no doubt.
my thing of it is, the Almighty wrote the 10 Commandments, and it could have said, just plain English, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. Moses write it, thou shalt not steal oranges, thou shalt not kill goats. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but you won't find it in there like how you saying it though.
No, because he
That's
didn't
the
say
thing.
that.
And
No, that's not what I'm saying.
wasn't Moses a murderer?
Yeah.
No.
Right, that's not what I'm saying.
He
I'm just saying.
God loves everybody in spite of. So can we move on
No,
to
he
something
didn't.
else? Yeah.
Can
he
we
let's
go
move on
back
to something
to
else.
He used everyday people.
yes?
Okay, let's
He
move on to
used
something else.
everyday-
Okay,
used-
okay. Can I just ask one more
everyday
question
people.
before I get off the panel? I just want to ask one more question before I get off the
Okay.
panel, and then y'all can do y'all thing. I just
Yeah.
want y'all to answer me this. Now, Miss April, can I open up this window before I get out of here? I want y'all to
Okay. And
explain
then
this.
somebody didn't read Miss Margaret's comment. Yeah, you got the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna open up this window. Now, we keep on saying that God is all powerful and this and that. Now, I want y'all to explain this to me, that God prophesied this way before it happened. This over 2,000 years ago. He prophesied this way before it happened. So I want y'all to look at this image right here. If April can open up the one that I got down there.
Oh, what I got? Okay, wait a minute.
Let me read the comment. Miss Margaret said, if God sees the sparrow, was he asleep during the Holocaust? And now when our black men being shot and killed, these things just make me wonder, where is the God that could part the ocean with the wave of his hand? It's not God that started the Holocaust. It's man.
Do y'all see
No,
that?
It's not what she's
man
saying.
that started the Holocaust.
It is
B,
satanic.
that's not what she's saying.
Wait a minute. Okay.
That's not what she's saying.
Wait a
B.
minute. Okay, let me put her comment back up there. Hold on. I was trying to.
Yeah, that's not what she's saying. She's asking if God sees the sparrow, which from the view of where God is at, the sparrow will be small like an ant compared to where the position that God is in.
That's
So
not what she's saying.
what she's asking, where was God when all these mass murderers, the Holocaust was
But
taking place?
if God tell you not to kill, and you go out there and kill somebody, what do you think God gonna do then?
Wait a minute. Why
It's
is it?
man.
Okay, there go
It's
the
man.
comment.
It's man. It's not God. It's man.
It's satanic.
You can't blame God for man's decision. He gave everybody a
Do
brain.
not kill, and you go out and kill anyway.
Yeah, that's right. He gave everybody a
being
brain to make
disobedient.
decisions.
That's being disobedient. And when you disobedient, he leave you to yourself.
You're not getting what Miss Margaret asking. She's asking where was the protection for the people that was killed.
And this is what my answer is. God told you not to kill. God told you not to kill.
Oh, I get it, B. So
There's
y'all
innocent
think
people
God's
getting
supposed to
killed.
love you despite
God
yourself.
told you not to
God's
kill.
supposed to love you despite yourself. So you think you can do whatever you
Yes,
want, and then God's still supposed to give you protection. It don't work like that.
It don't work like that.
It don't
God
work like
told you
that.
not to kill.
Guys, I want to say something for a moment.
That's what the prison system.
Can I just say that
it's man that's doing all
Yes,
this?
yes. Phoenix Rising wants to say something.
Well, you remember that God gave us free will.
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay,
Not to sin, though.
he gave
Well, yeah, I guess he
he
did. Yeah.
gave free will.
He
Okay,
did.
but then we also have this fallen demon who goes around and
I
speaks
got somebody
in
else down
ears,
here.
and people are influenced by demonic situations and
Mm-hmm.
circumstances and
Right.
invasions
Right.
and all of that. So it is the free will of man that determines how he responds to things.
That's
Like
true.
when you know you're not supposed to go out here and murder anybody.
Yep.
Exactly.
You
You
don't
know
do
that.
between right and
But if
wrong.
you are under a demonic spirit, if you are under a demonic spirit, then you are acting out,
Woo. He
not
said,
of
"Where is
God.
God when you need him?" I don't know about y'all, but he
Hey,
every
hey, I just want to know before I get off the panel, do y'all see this image?
yes.
Now, I want Spider. I want Spider. I want you to explain to me that this was prophesied way before it happened, before we went into slavery in 1619, that the Lord prophesied in Deuteronomy 28, verse 48, that I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to put a yoke of iron upon your neck. There was way before a yoke of iron was on the neck. So if you saying,
Mm-hmm.
if God is all knowing, I guess he is all knowing, because he prophesied this and it happened the same way he prophesied it. Slave ships. We went on slave ships.
Yep.
Yokes of iron.
Yep.
I see it on this man's neck right here. Your children gonna be taken from you. Our children was taken. You got to explain this to me then
Your
if you saying if
your
God
your
is all
your
knowing.
your,
Because I can see right here that he
your
is all
father.
knowing if he prophesied the end from the beginning.
I didn't. Me
Mm-hmm.
personally, I didn't write the Bible.
No,
I
no,
was
no. I'm asking you
no,
about this
no,
image right
Judah.
here.
But what I'm saying, the question I asked was, God is Almighty, all seeing, and all knowing.
I
But
guess
he
he
didn't
was
know where
out
Adam
seeing. I
was
see
in the
yokes.
garden. That was a question that I raised. Now
Okay.
I cannot deny that, if the Creator can see everything. The Creator got abilities and things that we have no idea what is capable of.
Right.
I'm just it was written in the Bible. This is the Bible that people follow. It said that God asked Adam, "Where are you?" He didn't know where his presence was. That's the question I was asking.
It also,
Can you hear me, guys?
but the only point that I'm asking you, a lot of people, they don't believe in the Bible because they say the Bible written by man. But as Miss Phoenix said, these wasn't just regular type of men once God cleaned them up. He put a different type of spirit on these men. And he
Exactly.
used them to write down what
Exactly.
thus said the Lord. Not what thus said Jeremiah, not what thus said Isaac, but what thus said the Lord. These men could not say, you know what, God, I want to put this in the word. They didn't do that. So the point that I'm making is that even if you got different translations, you cannot blame God for that. You got to blame man for trying to manipulate things. Like Miss Phoenix said, God
Now,
gave us free will
now,
to make the right
right
decision
now
or
you
to make
now
the
you
wrong
kind of
decision.
now you kind of touching on what I was asking. Why would God need man to write his interpretation down?
Because
Because
we
there will
speak a
be
different language.
mistakes, even though God said, "Okay, I want you to write it this way." But say Malachi say, I see what God's saying, but let me write it this way. They might understand it better. Wouldn't it be better if God say, "Judah, I'm writing this for you, only for you, so you can understand this, and you will receive it a lot better if it came straight from God."
But let me ask you this, Spider. If God already knew we was going to captivity for disobedience, don't you need the Bible to be translated into a language that the people would be able to understand?
That's true.
Because we don't speak the native language no more. So I speak English. So I need to read the Bible in English. Somebody who's in Haiti, he gonna speak it in that language. Somebody who's in Europe,
I'm with you.
whatever the language they speak, they're gonna read it in that language. So God is powerful than we can know. He knew what he was doing. That's why in the Bible, When you read, he said, with stammering lips and another tongue, I'm going to speak to this people because we've been scattered to the four corners of the earth. God already knew this.
I'm with you. But here's the thing.
Can I
Not to
say
ask you a
something?
question.
Sorry, guys. I want to say
Hold on,
something.
y'all.
Can you hear me, guys?
Okay. All right, Pete.
Sorry, I want to go to my mother to
Okay.
to take something for my medicine, and I coming back.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people that's
Get
following
away.
God's laws and commandments, and still stuff happening to them. Hey, Irish for soul. Yeah.
Miss April,
Blind faith and trust. Hey, Irish for soul.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this, Miss April. You just said that you have a lot of people, they follow God and certain things happen to them, right? One thing we have to understand about living in this life, you're going to be put in the furnace of affliction. That means your life is not going to be just roses every day. You are going to go through certain things, but it's not to destroy you. It's to build up your faith, to build up that character so you can trust God. A lot of people say they trust God and they believe God, but when he put it to the test, they fall away. God would try you to see if you really love him like you say you do, the same thing he did to Abraham. He told Abraham to sacrifice your only son, and Abraham was about to do it. Guess why? Because he knew all God was going to do is raise him back up. So that's the type of faith we got to have. You're not going to just go through this life, just go into the kingdom, make it into, heaven, and you ain't going to go through nothing. You're going to go through something when you believe in God, because Satan is going to attack you more because you made a conscious decision to put your trust in God. And he don't like that. So he going to come at you. He going to come at you hard. That's just a part of life.
Yeah. Well,
April, I think the discussion is great because people is giving.
It's great. I'm fine. I just usually don't talk religion, but y'all can go ahead. I'm listening.
Right. Look, ain't nobody arguing and fussing.
No,
and
we
fussing.
all.
It's we learning.
So this is my friend. Your message is God loving it. 40 days and 40 nights. Did you want to come on the panel?
Now, here's the thing. Not to cut you off, April.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. This is something this is something that we all have to, or we should make a decision of togetherness. We all agree that we work better if we work together.
Right.
Now, here's the thing. Even if you believe in the Almighty, or if you don't believe in the Almighty, this is something I want you to consider. B didn't create herself. April didn't create herself. Judah didn't create himself. So there is a higher being, higher than us, that we probably can't ever comprehend.
Yeah.
There is a greater being than us. But see, here's the thing too. We got the ability within us. Judah got the ability within him to heal himself if he knows how. The instructions is there already in your DNA, but you got to know how to bring that out. Our ancestors didn't have no doctors. Our ancestors didn't have this high grade marijuana. Our ancestors didn't have this high grade morphine.
That's right.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So our ancestors was onto something. Our ancestors studied nature. They studied the birds, the bees, the trees, and everything. They study these things. But see, here's the thing. We got the ability. We got the God in us. If we know how to bring that out of us. One of the things you can do, eat right. Another thing you can do, stop hating on folks. Learn how to meditate. Learn how to be at one with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can say this and that and whatever religion and all it, this religion is better than that one and all. Come on now. When it's all said and done, Miss Margaret got to be right with Miss Margaret. Miss April got to be right with Miss April. You see what I'm getting at? You got to be right with oneself first before you get right with Judah, with B. You got to get right with self first.
But Spider, the religion part is the problem. See, I don't believe in religion. I just believe in the truth of the Bible. So once I remove the religion out the way, I don't gotta worry about going back and forth with somebody who's a Protestant or somebody who's a Catholic. I believe in God. I believe in His word. Point blank. Period. I'm not finna sit there and argue with somebody over Islam, Christianity.
Look, I agree with you.
I'm not finna do
that.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But when it's all said and done, the main purpose and the main principle is that you believe in something. Right? Am I right?
But you have to believe in the right thing.
That's now you understand what I'm saying.
You're being too technical.
Now you understand what I'm saying. You
I don't
believe in the right.
Can I just say this a second? In the Bible story, it's the story of who is it? Meshach,
Shadrach,
and Abednego, whoever they were.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The three guys that were set on fire.
Yes, ma'am.
And a story I learned was that when they were speaking while in flames, they had people who were coming to the area where they were put on display who were of different nationalities and speaking different languages and all of that kind of stuff. So we can get one language and all come on one accord. It's when you want to narrow it down to black and white and this and that do we have the problem. You understand? Does that make sense to anybody?
Mm-hmm. I understand what you're saying. There's only one way to the door.
Exactly.
One way
That's
to the door.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. There's only one way to the door.
You can't try to take me to the left. You can't try to take me this way. It's only one way, and I'm trying to go that way, and that's that narrow gate. And if that narrow gate is straight, I don't need nobody telling me, no, brother, you need to go ahead and kind of curve a little bit. No. It says straight. And I'm not going to let nobody take me off the straight path. So that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of confusion because people don't have a proper understanding of God's words. They telling you what they preaching and told them. Told them. They're not reading for themselves. Most people do not read this Bible. They are going to tell you what somebody else told them, what somebody else told them.
A lot of it is traditional.
Not somebody who actually read the Bible.
Yep.
I understand the prophecies. I understand the signs before the Lord come and what He told us to look for. These are the things we need to be teaching the people and waking up their mind first. You can't wake up black people until you get them to stop hating each other.
Exactly.
Until they start love their brother of another. You
gotta wake up their mind first. You can't just go up to black people and start kind of teach them this. You gotta let them know, man. You gotta change the mentality of black people. And once the mentality is changed, then you can talk to them. But why? But like Miss Phoenix said, you got that devil that fell from heaven. Now he playing with people's minds.
Yep.
He got them doing things that they, they shouldn't be doing. Now Satan can't make you do nothing, but he can put thoughts in your mind.
And a lot of times we act on them thoughts. A lot of times we do
because we're made of flesh.
That's right.
We're made of flesh and we're weak and what does it say? Lead us not into temptation and all of that.
Right.
That's why
and
you fail
deliver
sometimes.
Evil. Not evil, but evil. But anyway, here's the thing. I'm with you on that. I'm with you. And you said blind faith, and Judah been talking about this also. And B been talking about this. You got to have faith and believe in what you believe in. You got to have faith. So whatever the case is, don't let nobody change, just like Judah said, change your way that you think about how you are pursuing those pursuits. Because you're gonna
Okay.
have,
We got a comment from Marion Kirsch, my friend from Hawaii, but she has just moved to Texas with her military husband. She has
Let's pray for her.
She put pandemic has no gender or race,
That's exactly right.
but they're
And-
making it that.
And
But just-
speaking of pandemic, this reminds me of the pandemic that God sent in the book of Exodus. People sitting up here talking about this coronavirus, this and this coronavirus, that. And what makes people think that it could not have been sent from the Most High?
Absolutely.
What makes people think that he does not play a part in this pandemic?
That's right.
When he sent 10 plagues to Egypt, when he wanted Moses to, tell
And
Pharaoh to let people go.
And he also said that he gonna bring things up on this earth that people never heard of. I never heard of coronavirus in the Bible. I can't read AIDS in the Bible. I can't read herpes in the Bible. I can't read none of these diseases that I see. But guess what? God is doing new things in the earth. He bringing things people never heard of, and you can't even get rid of it. Your corona vaccine, that ain't working because that's killing people. People dropping dead from that shot.
And by the way, April, you do know your brother K. Judah is in Houston.
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, how you holding up? Because my girlfriend down there, and thank God, one of my music friends took her some water over there, and she wasn't able to do dialysis for a week. Tell us what it's like down there in Houston.
Oh no, I mean it was real bad at first. Like they had long lines. They didn't have any water. They didn't have no milk, no eggs, no nothing. It was just empty in the stores. But some people still had their power, and some people did not have their power. Like when I was driving to where like the rich people live at, they still had their power. Their jobs was functioning. Everything was going accordingly. But like I tell everybody, I'm born and raised in Houston. There's a freeway that divide the blacks and it also divide the Caucasians. When you go to where the blacks live, it's run down. Everything just look like it come from the 60s and the 70s, just run down. But when you start coming further towards where the nice areas are, that's where you're gonna see like the nice malls and lakes and just so there's a divide. And that's why when I hear people say like, we got to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps and black people got to do this, black people lazy. First of all, black people ain't never been lazy. That's number one.
Exactly.
Number two, this everything that we see is already programmed from the time we came over here. So we've been doing for self, but every time we try to do for self, here comes somebody infiltrating what we trying to build, and they destroying what we trying to build. So it's not about us picking ourselves up by the bootstrap. So you can go to any city wherever black people at. It's gonna be a divide. That's just what it is. There's gonna be a divide. You're gonna have a nice area, and then you're gonna have the area where the blacks live at. It's gonna be run down. The water gonna be no good. The food gonna be no good unless they got money. Unless they got some money and live in a prestigious neighborhood. Majority of black people, wherever they scattered at, going through the same thing around the world. We all struggling. And trying to find our way. But what we need to do is understand that black man and that black woman that look like you, he not your enemy. But we have not tapped into that yet because we have not got on God's frequency. We still on man's frequency because we still looking for a leader. You've been looking for a leader from the time that you came out of Egypt. You didn't want to serve the Lord. So he left you to your own devices and you've been looking for a leader ever since. You ain't got no leader, black man and black woman. Where you lead at? Name one leader right now you got. Please don't say Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. Them ain't no leaders. For money.
Please don't throw in Ben Crump neither.
Oh, and please talk about it, Miss April. Please don't throw Ben Crump in there.
Yeah, don't throw.
So All I'm
And
saying is this. All I'm
Kamala
saying is
Harris and Joe Biden either.
yeah, man. But all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this. I can't wait to see the day that I can see black people loving each other. That's the main thing that they do not want to see in this society. Your unity is power. It's not about your skin color. It's about your unity.
Yes.
Your unity is scary to people. How come you think you gather in a group, the police come and break it up? What y'all talking about over here? They don't want to see no unity from you, black man and black woman, because they know when you unify, woo, boy, you're going to shake this world up.
It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And that's when you know, like, you know, I love all my black people. Like I say, if we can all come together, build some community centers, do some things, but we got too many hang-ups and issues with each other.
Right.
And so, April, you know, me and you have talked about this a lot, about how
and so
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so I don't care what anybody is doing in their homes and all of that stuff. You know, if you got a goal and you want to try to help feed people, that's the only thing I'm concerned about. You know, I'm not concerned about what's going on in your house and all that other kind of stuff, because that's your business.
Right.
But see, that's the problem. That's the problem. The problem is this. Now, I guess when I'm going to say maybe around 1972 or maybe 69 and 72, it's the it's do your own thing revolution started. And at that point, we started being invested in each other's life. There was once upon a time a real village. Your next door neighbor was responsible for raising you just like your parents.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And so ultimately, she cared for us when we were young, and we cared for her when she was elderly. So the cycle was going on and on and on. And then here, it's your thing. Do what you want to do.
I can't
then
tell
you had the women's lib movement that decided that how can you empower somebody that's already empowered by making them think that they don't need men. Women have always been the bosses. I'm sorry, fellas. Women has always been the bosses. They've been the mother, the mother. And so now we gotta go back to that mentality. When you see the guy, I live in a city that has corner boys everywhere. I once went down into the inner city and with a coworker, and she said it was like Moses parting the Red Sea, because I walked through and I was getting so much respect from these kids that's out here wilding out and doing wrong, because I would pluck some of them out and introduce them to something better. And this is what the elders did when I was growing up.
And yes, I understand what you're saying, Miss Phoenix. But now, and the reason I had to change that whole attitude is because, people, you used to could be able to go visit people, used to be able to say, girl, something might be wrong with you, something might be wrong with your kids, but you can't tell these people nothing nowadays.
But you have a whole generation that's out there that you can talk to without their parents.
No, I mean, not these days.
Oh, I don't know what you say.
I do it all the time.
Some of these parents don't even. Hey, Irish Patrol, I'm adding you to the screen. You can't say
I'm sorry, but
to these people nowadays.
Right.
Well,
You always
I'm just
listen.
speaking from my experience.
Yeah.
My experience is I see one of them guys out there and they're counting money. And I said to them, I'll say, well, it look like to me you can count money. You ever thought about being an accountant? I can't tell you stories of inspiring throwaways. And then I don't have good sense. God, once they told me that God didn't give me the spirit of fear, I boldly walk out here. So, but
Well,
I'm
me
just
too.
saying.
But you get tired of getting a door slammed in your face. So I just talk to my family, some of my friends' kids, because like I say, now when you try to reach out to people, they say you want to be in their business.
Yep.
I get it, Miss
Oh,
April,
come to my
and
house, they,
you doing the work. Yeah, you're doing the work. It doesn't matter who it is. You just do the work.
yeah.
Yeah, that is true. You just do it.
You bold, Miss Phoenix, because where I live at, these some badass kids.
Well, see, I think I'm bad too. So at 60
I
some
thought
years
I
old,
was. I thought I was.
what they call me, gangster grandma. So it's just, I may be terrified. I can
Yeah.
honestly say I may be afraid because they're taller than I am, and
Mhm.
they say all kinds of stuff. They say something to me, I look them in the eye and say something back, and then they look at me. We end up laughing. And
Yeah.
when they laugh, when they break, I know that I have them.
It's
You know,
very rare nowadays. Like for me, I have a head full of gray hair, right? It's very rare these days that I can walk past a kid and they say, "How you doing, ma'am?" It's very rare. So when they do it, I get thrown off. It throws me off. I be like, "What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them?" So yeah, that's a blessing when you can have a conversation with these kids these days because these kids they are very unruly these days. Very
but they
unruly.
need love too. A lot of
Yeah,
these kids have
yeah,
horrible situations, and they are masked. Their anger is a mask to their pain. But if
That is
nobody
true.
ever asks them if they're in pain, then you just see them as
yeah,
the demon child. Can
yeah.
I ask
And a lot of
you,
them don't
ma'am, what's your name? I know your voice.
Who me? Be
Yes,
Sparrow. Be Sparrow.
I don't know that name, but I know your voice. Yes.
Well,
Hi.
Me and April used to do shows together, so you probably
Oh,
heard us.
maybe that's it. Maybe that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I have senior moments, so I forget things.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah. Me and April, yeah,
Miss Phoenix, what you said is the truth though. A lot of these children don't feel love because okay, let's use the young boys for example. Everybody want to look at these young boys like they criminals. They're a danger to society. Man, all these kids need is love. A lot of these boys ain't got no father. You know what I'm saying? They don't got no direction. They ain't never had nobody to just hug them and say they love them. So of course they gonna be angry. Of course they
Yes,
gonna be
they're
gonna
very
run outside.
angry.
They angry because I'm telling you, if
that
you take
crack
them,
epidemic messed us up, y'all. That crack epidemic messed us up.
but
But
look,
you
B,
know what? We
if
need
you
to
take
go back. We need to put our feet on the government's neck because they sending $72 billion over to Iraq to do whatever the world they doing over there when they
Yeah,
should be pouring money into this to our economy to open back up the summer camps, the recreation centers. I
yeah,
mean, these kids all of them play video games. But guess what
yeah,
kind of games they're playing? They're playing war games. But they are so swift and so smart with these games that they could be awesome at anything they wanted to do. But then they're not exposed to it.
yep.
You
But
know,
they ain't
not
gonna let
yeah,
I catch many drug dealers off the streets, and some of them own their own businesses after
mhm.
having felonies and me getting their records expunged and just putting in some work because I love kids.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't look to the government to do anything. We've been waiting for the government to help our communities for years, and
And they're
nothing
not
has
gonna help
happened
nobody.
yet.
They're not gonna even help their own citizens, man. They ain't
Nothing
gonna
has
help
happened
you black
yet.
folks.
Oh, look at your little cat back there.
Man, they not gonna
That's
help
no.
you. They're not gonna
That
help you
is
no matter
a
what the color.
I got a
short-haired.
cat too. Hey, Monet.
That's a short-haired Maine Coon cat who is
Wow.
only
Yeah.
like 4 months old. That looks like a full-grown cat.
Oh,
You not gonna, hey, Miss Phoenix, you not gonna get no help from this government because they don't even take care of their own citizens.
nope.
Okay, well listen. I was looking at all of the shows about the people down in Texas and things like that. And people were putting their cash apps up and they were showing showing their surroundings. Now if you show me your surroundings and you prove to me you were in Texas, then I was able to send out cash apps to help people who said they were sleeping in cars and had little babies and all that kind of stuff. So we
Mhm.
as a people have money to invest in ourselves. Our problem is who's going to be responsible.
Yes, ma'am. But I
So
agree. I agree
it,
with Phoenix.
who can we
I
nominate?
agree.
I can't
I
think of
agree
a
with
soul right now. But just like the Me Too program, or not a program, who they call the Me Too, whatever they
Movement,
are,
Me Too
they
movement.
started with two people. They started with two people and look at them now. They all over the daggone place.
But,
We can do
but
the same.
let me ask y'all this, and me and April used to talk about this all the time. Do y'all see how? And I'm going back to January 6th.
Good
The
afternoon, everyone. If you are doing laundry in the laundry room,
what's
please
that?
come and remove your clothes.
And that's Miss April.
The
Hold on,
insurrection.
y'all. That's my building making
Worship,
announcements.
please. Clothes from the laundry. The
The,
worship. Thank you.
the insurrection at the Capitol. Do you see how those people came together, even though what they did was wrong? But look at how they came together. They planned this. All these right-wing groups, they planned this over months, over weeks. They got
Well,
together.
they hate men.
They got
That's what
together.
Me Too movement is about. They hate men.
I'm
Hold
not
on.
talking about
They,
the Capitol.
got.
You're talking about
They
the
got.
Capitol.
I'm talking about the Capitol, the people that ran up in the Capitol.
Oh,
All
okay.
those thousands and thousands and thousands of people. Do you see how they got together and planned this? They came from all over the country, all over the world. They planned it on Paula. They planned it on Facebook. They planned it on Twitter. They put a plan into motion, and it didn't fall through, but it almost did. It almost did. When have we
But
ever been able?
you know what the most influential tool that they had? They did it in silence.
They
Nobody had to be
always
a
they
showboat.
always do stuff in silence.
Nobody had to be I am the great I
Yes,
am up
yes,
front. And I
yes.
guarantee you it started with two people.
Chief, with the chief.
Donald Trump
Uh-huh.
and somebody else.
Rudy Giuliani.
Probably. And we can do that too. We just gotta keep putting this in the atmosphere. A change is going. I'm talking the whole time I've been on here. I've been listening. I'm thinking a change is going to come. We might be planting the seeds right here, right now.
Well, you know
We'll
what I
call the
believe?
movement
You know
April
what?
Showers.
You know what I believe?
Bring May flowers.
I believe it all lies with the Most High. Everything is about Him. That's my belief. It works for me. I put my whole faith in the Most High Yah. What He say, I do. What He say, don't do. I try not to do. I ain't saying, look, I try not to do it, y'all. I ain't perfect. I'm not claiming to be holier than thou, but He requires us to follow His laws and commandments, and so that's what I try to do. And I'm just speaking on my behalf, and it's working.
I look at
It's
him the
worth
same way I look at my mom and my daddy. He's a parent, and I
Hey,
do whatever my
Irish
parents
for
tell me to
Soul,
do.
did you want to say anything, my dear?
Thanks for having me. It's great. It's just great
Hi,
connecting with you
Iris.
guys. Hello, lovelies. How are you doing?
Fine.
Isn't
Did
techno?
you have
Isn't
anything you wanted to chime in on?
sorry?
Did you have anything you wanted to chime in on?
Well, I've just been listening, and given that I live in the UK, I'm obviously Irish, and when I look in at you guys, oh, is that me? Can you hear me?
What did you say?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Right, I've just got in and I'm just lying down. I've got earphones in my ears, right? Okay. So I was just thinking maybe what the lady was saying, well, all of you were saying, but the last speaker was just saying, wasn't she, about coming together as one, and how do we do that? How do we do that when countries are divided? And I do be at a loss sometimes when I'm looking in at the USA and the black community, and I'm thinking, what is it they're really looking for? What is it they're really looking for? And what are they trying to, what's the message that they're trying to get out there, and who are they trying to reach? What population are they trying to reach? Because when you live in a country, it kind of limits you if you're just in the one country. Does that make sense? Where there's different nationalities living in the USA. So that means then that as part of an EU, people come together, and that's where different, I guess, states and different countries do have a say. They do have a say. It's about the education as well. I mean, I've educated myself a lot by just, tuning to you guys for the last 2 years, but it's just really about, I think as well, one of the reasons why the Me Too movement worked at the time was because it didn't just solely, it wasn't just in America. They had people. It's about a belief, isn't it? It's about, your belief and your values, and it's what you believe. So setting that aside, I always said that I've never joined any kind of group. If I want to feel empowered, I'll empower myself, or God will empower me, most importantly. And then I move towards the same spirit as what I believe that people have that message for. But in terms of change, and in terms of what it is exactly you want to get out there, what is it you're trying to say? What is it you want other people to know about you? Do you know what I mean? Because people really don't know the ins and outs of what goes on in America. Trust me, they don't know about, if all the rest of the world is changing, then why is there regimented laws still, basically, or laws in the USA that you can that are elusive? They appear to be elusive, and they can be bent and changed in any way. That's how it appears. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, getting aside from the laws, because there's like an awful lot, and I don't really know the ins and outs of laws because I'm not a legal. But when I think about some kind of change, I think about unity, and I think about not just being separated, but coming together. So let's say you guys wanted to be heard on a matter, and the USA, use a kind of state or use a government are not listening to you. Well, then what other people do in other countries is they move outside of their own country, and they get somebody, not one person, they get a bunch of people who think and feel the same and passionate about the same thing, and then they move it outside of a country and move it to get somebody else to speak on their behalf. Does that make sense? In a parliament, do you know what I mean? That's what the parliaments are there for. That's what the EU is there for, because no two people are the same. As we know, everybody's made up differently. Yeah. So
but we don't have no seat in the EU though. Black Americans, we don't have anybody
Yeah,
to
I'm coming.
represent
There
the
goes
EU.
DJ Spider Man,
So when
co-host.
people say when people say the unity and what is blacks looking for, the main thing that black people have to do is unify ourselves first before we can unify with anybody else. We don't have
exactly.
anybody to speak for us in the
I'm with
UN.
you, but I'm listening.
Everybody has a
Okay.
nationality. Everybody on this earth has a nationality. Y'all have land. You have your culture. You know where you come from. We are the only people that don't have none of that. So we are like children wandering in the wilderness. We don't know where we
Okay.
come from. We don't know where we're going. So we have
So
to
why
unify
does
ourselves first.
yeah, but why does it happen in other countries and it doesn't happen in America? That's what I'm kind of a little bit lost about. It's almost like, yous are not heard, and why isn't that change happening? Does that make sense? Or maybe it is happening.
Irish,
But
but so the
go on.
reason why it's not happening is because Black people, we are the chosen people. We are the kings and queens. We are very smart, intelligent people. We built the United States of America. We did not have college degrees.
Right.
Um, we have natural instincts that just come to us.
Right.
And those people, they are afraid of a black planet.
Right.
That's the
So they
reason why. And so in the meantime, we've never been together, and I finally realized this. Since slavery, we were divided from the dark-skinned people to the light-skinned people. So then we've been brainwashed with so
Right.
many things. We
Right.
hate our own people. We won't come together and talk about anything. But we will criticize our black man for doing something, but the white man, we will still love them to death, you know. So these are the reasons. But until we can get together and get over so many stupid things, so many, what do they call them? I mean, we've got so many, like Spidey said earlier, we're worried about if somebody has their nails done. Or we're worried about the wrong things, and we're not worried about the right things. I don't care, if you got a BMW car. I don't care. Show me how I can get that BMW car. I'm not. What do they call it? Idiosyncrasies or something? But we've got so many hangups with our own black people.
Right.
And if some of them are educated, we want to think some of them think that they're better than us, and really they're not. They just got the education, but we don't want to listen to them because that's just we got our blinders on, or it's as Spidey said, the slave mental state. Somebody could be trying to help us, and we won't even let them help us because we think that they think they're all of that, and they're just trying to help you. So
so now that Darlene,
I love my black people. I love them, but we're too worried somebody might be friends with somebody. I mean, the stupid issues we got is just unbelievable.
We got a lot to work through. We got a lot to work through, boy.
But now that you know that it's you don't want the kind of you want to start from your own community. I mean, remember the Irish, we have fought for our freedom as well, and that hasn't been easy. We were just stigmatized in the same way, discriminated. We still do, trust me, but not to the extreme, because a bit like, I mean, a black person, like you say, Darlene, people are frightened. Well, people have the same mentality against the Irish, you know, because I sat in a meeting last week at a team meeting. Somebody, you know, really dependent, high on alcohol, and, you know, really was bouncing in from the mental health department back into the service and stuff. And there was a team meeting, doctors, police, all that. And then because they went out to see him in his house, he had paraphernalia. Do you understand? He had paraphernalia, this guy, because he come from an Irish background. And they were talking about this paraphernalia as if they had to send a bomb squad in. And it was a picture on the wall of an Irish flag and something else. Do you know, I won't go into it. But I'm just saying, you're talking about years and years later, them still having that mentality and looking at it as some kind of a risk. So what I'm saying, I just explained that just so that I understand more than maybe what he's realised, or even I realise. But there is, you know, there's got to be, you know, something, you know what I mean? I think everywhere in the world, Darlene, people are worried about their nails now and their eyebrows and stuff like that. It is about change. I don't know how any country can say stuck in a place of no. I always think it's down to the government. It's about the government responding to the people's needs. It's not about anything else, but about the government because they get voted in, you know. So yeah,
you have to look at the fact why the government rather for chaos to be in the streets, other than saying, okay, we all in this together, let's work together. But they rather have chaos.
That's right.
What's wrong with that picture?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, because change takes, see, to change, you can imagine just to change one slight law. Yeah.
You said keyword. You said change. Okay.
Yeah,
if that's the case, I'm finna play devil's advocate, y'all.
Okay,
so
go on.
If that's the case, then how come the government don't want to change their wicked ways?
That's right.
Okay.
They never gonna change man. Let's be real.
Well, I can. Okay, so I do hear what you're saying. So take Ireland or take another country. I mean, governments don't really want to change, but they know they have to because they're not the only ones that make the final decision. There's a lot more involved, you know.
Gonna change. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Been here
well, can I say, okay, so you can look back on this interview, right? Because I truly believe that America is in a position now, okay, that they will have no choice in the end but to change.
I'm telling
you.
Yeah, look.
It mightn't happen now. It mightn't happen now.
Contrary to belief.
Go on.
Here's the thing. As a person of color in this country that has no freedom,
right?
We got liberties. People don't understand what liberties is. We are not free in this country that we reside in. We got liberty. We're free to move around. We're free to go to work. We're free to have families and stuff.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Our ancestors broke their backs for this country. Our brothers and sisters then broke their backs for the military. Put their lives on the line. But we get, are y'all ready for it?
Yep.
I'm ready.
Nothing.
Spouting. Not only that, they still living off the back of our ancestors.
That ain't gonna change.
Free labor.
That ain't gonna change, B. And
Do you know what? It sounds shocking.
It's not gonna change because
hello, Lady T.
We're not stepping up. We're not coming together. April been talking about this for a long time. B's been talking about this for a long time. We won't unite. We won't put together a plan because we are afraid that, you remember the Panthers? You remember so-and-so? You remember, we don't
So then why is it down to you to change? I mean, by the sounds of it, okay, why is it down to you people to make a change when you are the ones?
We are the most, how would I put this, Judah? We are the most disrespected out of any race on this planet.
Right. Facts.
Not.
Well,
And
not in
the
other
reason I
parts
say
of the
this,
world.
the reason I say this,
Yeah.
follow me right quick. The reason I say this.
Okay, come on. Yeah.
Now look, a person of color, and I'm guessing that you're in Ireland. I don't know how racism goes over there, but over here, when a black person is born, be it male or female, you already got a strike on your back.
Facts.
You already got that. That's before you even start crawling and talking. You already got a strike on your back. You can't do this. You can't do that. It's slavery to an extent. You better not speak out of line, or you got to remember the government dealt with Malcolm, Martin, and others for trying to pull together an assembly of people, not just black people, but all races. See what happened to them. That was their purpose for keeping the next Judah from stepping up to be a spokesman like Malcolm. That kept B from stepping up and taking her crown and making things happen. That's why they did stuff like that. This is what we deal with on a daily basis.
Right.
On a daily basis. So
And you know something?
For April to say, okay, well let's form a coalition. Let's go to different states and let's put some in place where we can lift our brothers and sisters up. But you got to remember, April's gonna get opposition from those people. Some people in Texas. April's gonna get opposition from people in Illinois. April's gonna get opposition from people in Ireland because they don't want to come together because of the fear of they might retaliate against us.
And then I'm gonna get opposition because I'm standing behind people and supporting them, and they don't do the same for me.
Exactly.
So,
Hey, Miss April, they kill our leaders just so the next person don't get bold
Right.
and try to stand up
right.
like the leader.
Exactly.
I don't jump on bandwagons. I make my own bandwagon. You know, or you'll have people that want to twist your stories and stuff like that. This is the black mentality.
And this is
You know what? It sounds
Try to
shocking.
bring up your past, talk about you and everything else instead of being focused on the mission.
Right. This is what we deal with on a daily basis.
You
Right.
know what?
If you are a African American male and you have a son that's coming up, you are fearful for his life just walking in the streets on a daily basis.
Yeah, I'm really scared. And you know, it's as a black person, a black male, I mean, I really feel sorry for y'all. I mean, because you know, when you leave the house, you can get shot and killed
Right.
by the police.
Exactly.
Then you might get shot and killed just because somebody wants to shoot you. Okay. Then they went back in and they changed statute of limitation laws where now in Illinois, a person can go back and say, you know, you raped or molested them. So, you know, your future can be taken by that. You can make one mistake and you could end up in prison for the rest of your life if you don't have the money to get a good lawyer.
Now, back to what I was saying earlier. That's why they keep us down. That's why they keep us in the trenches. That's why they keep us in the position they keep us in. So Judah, if Judah need a lawyer, Judah got to go sell his house, his car, his family and kids to get a lawyer. So that's why they keep us in those positions. They don't want us to prosper. They don't want us to move forward, which is very sad because.
But when you say they,
the powers that be.
I'm sorry.
Those in power. Those in
the
power.
powers that be.
The elite that be. Those who make the laws. Those who make the policies.
Exactly.
They make laws specifically for black people.
Exactly.
To keep us out of areas where we don't belong. Hey boy, get back over there where you belong at. You don't what you doing over here? We can't. That's
Exactly.
why when Spider say we have liberties but not freedom, that is correct. You are not free, but you can go to work. You know, you can come
Exactly.
home. You can go to the store. You can go. Yeah, you can do those things, but you can't live over here. What you
Now,
doing over here?
right.
Where you
Exactly.
going, boy?
Exactly.
You're
Now,
not free.
want to welcome Takara.
I
Hey,
understand.
Tara.
Here's the thing.
Okay,
Here's
we
the thing
welcome you
too.
to come back.
The
You
lady,
know,
the
because
lady in
there's still
Ireland.
some areas that black people cannot drive in
Exactly.
still today.
Exactly. I'm gonna tell
That's
you one of them areas.
disgusting.
One of them
It's
areas is
disgusting.
in Missouri. One of them areas is in Missouri. And the reason I know about this personally, because I've drove to that area. I used to live by that area. And that area is the KKK capital of the Midwest.
Okay.
I've been there. Before you get to
Disgusting.
that city, there is a sign up on the road, and my daughter can attest to this. There's a sign up on the road that says, "Nigga, if you can't read, run." I kid you not.
So let me put
This
it
is
this
not
way to you. Listen, thanks for. Do you know what? Words can't express. I'm just. It's just. It's just shocking. Look, it's just shocking, and you know, it's just. It's wrong, and you know it's wrong. I mean, this is coming from someone from a different color. Okay, so it's easy for me to say, isn't it? I'm an outsider. I'm looking in. And I have my own experiences, and I'm thinking, well, God, why couldn't they do that? Or maybe, but you see, really, I don't know. You know, it's like unless you walk in a man's shoes, you know, the
exactly.
same pair of shoes, and I do understand, I really do, and
Exactly.
it's so wrong. And I tell you what, it's sickening, because I'm going to tell you why. Yous would have ancestors, family, people living all over the world that has family in America. I have family in America. I have family in Chicago. I have family at different places in America.
Okay.
And, you know, so what happens if a family living in another country disagrees with the treatment, okay, of, let's say, yourself or family, you know, whatever. And they're so shocked by it that they have to go through the government where they live, excuse me, to get some answers, to raise it, because America isn't listening to me, let's say, and I'm not living over there. I'm living in this country, so I have to go to my own parliament, or I have to go to my own MP or whatever.
Now it
Okay,
not quick question for you. You are in Ireland.
I'm actually living in the UK at the minute, but I'm from Ireland. I
Okay.
was born in Dublin. Yeah,
Okay. So how is
not but
racism? How is racism where you are now, and how is racism in Dublin?
okay. So where I live in England, it's more of a multicultural country. Um, you know, so basically, I have to be honest, it's nothing like what you endure every day. Now, that's not to say, you know,
That it don't
that's
exist.
it is. Of course it does. Of course it does. But
Hmm.
what I can see from the UK is, I don't know, you know, they seem to be open more. You know what I'm saying to you? They're open more to change. They're open more to
Hmm.
meeting the public's needs. Now they can't meet everyone's needs. You understand, like, but from I lived over here since 1987, and I've seen an awful lot of changes. And right through the services, through the hospitals, through everywhere, it's about equality.
Okay.
It's about all of that. You understand? So you can't even be seen to discriminate. Okay. Now it does go on, but it's nothing to the level that you use experience. It's
Right.
torture. It sounds torturous. Now in Ireland, I'm Irish, and people might, you know, I don't know Irish come
Hmm.
across this, but I would personally say, right, that the Irish still have a lot of catching up to do. That's not to say black people aren't over there or nothing. They have a great life over there. If I went back to Dublin tomorrow, I'd have to start from the beginning. I'd get nothing off my government. Do you understand? So everybody is treated equal in Ireland.
Okay.
Now, in terms of attitude towards, I can't really speak for that because I'm in this country 30 years.
Okay.
But you've got to remember, population comes into it because in Ireland there's a much smaller population than there is in the UK. The population in Ireland probably fit in the Northwest alone. In the UK. So the UK were brought up, multicultural, whereas when you went to school, right from a little kid, the person sitting next to you was probably black or Indian or whatever. And in Ireland, we didn't have that when we were growing up. When we were growing up as kids, it was just
kids being kids.
Yeah, we were just all white, or we spoke in Gaelic or whatever. Do you understand? And it has over the years. There's a big population over there. But I'll tell you what, I'll give you an example. Now, it's just my view. Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather. Okay? And there was a lot of kind of, I don't know, Floyd Mayweather came out and said it, you know what I mean? Is that, there was kind of an attitude to be seen, not against Floyd himself, but where Conor was coming from, basically. There is still a lot of catching up to do, I'll openly admit it, but I have to say that a black person living in Ireland, the stops are pulled out for them. There's absolutely nobody in Ireland that will get more than what the next family. Everybody is treated equally across the board. That's families, children. There's a very bad housing situation. It's chronic.
Okay.
People sleeping on the street. Over here in the UK, I pass every night in the streets, people spiced up, out cold, sleeping on the streets. But you know something, because I work in the service, I already know that depending on the geographical area, there's places that they can go in for the night. There's so much stops pulled out for the recovery model. Okay, so there is no excuse today for people to stay on a script or a maintenance script indefinitely. Now, that's not to say that isn't recovery for them, but you know what I'm saying to you as well. So that's the way it is. And so when it caught my attention about 2 years ago over Robert Sylvester Kelly, it was too obvious. It was just blatantly too obvious, to the point where I personally, it's just me, I felt that what was being said was, look, we can do what we want here, and what are you going to do about it? Now, this is what the media, now, I don't, at the end of the day, it's mainstream media. What we want to know from this end, and most definitely, I would say, I can't speak for all of the Irish media, nothing like that, but I listened to a 4-minute radio interview that was carried out by a lady called Sinead Crowley. She was the arts and media correspondent, and she was saying, I could tell being Irish is a bit like you being black, and you automatically know. But they were saying that everybody expects a due process. They wanted to know, basically, that they said even though Gayle King had put loads of photographs of Robert Sylvester Kelly on her Twitter account, which I didn't know about, but they said it under a hashtag, that it didn't matter. It didn't matter what's under a hashtag, that there's a due process. There is a due process that takes place. So can you understand that they want to know, basically, people want to know why the mainstream media in the United States, the court system, the legal system, and the police are all working together in that sense. So is there too many bodies going in and out of the courts every day that they're sick of them and say, we just bounced them over to, Gayle King? She can hit a sledgehammer through their head, challenge them, admit their faults or whatever, and that'll be a sideline out the door, so we don't have to deal with it. A back entry. I don't know, but there is a human rights law. There is. I hear what you are saying, but there's a universal human rights law. you know, and the human rights law says, we know what it says, but at the end of the day, everybody has a right to privacy and to be
Well, over
respected.
here in the United States,
Yeah.
yes, you're right. The media, the police, everybody is against the black man. Somebody wants to know, how do UK make it through the pandemic financially?
Right, it's a good question. Right, just to say, we've been in a lockdown a full year. I mean, there's ne'er a body. Okay, so we had it lifted at Christmas for about 5 days, 6 days, maybe a week or something, not much. People just to do their Christmas shopping, that was it. We were back indoors now, so people walk in the services or
Okay,
wherever.
are they giving you
Yeah.
guys money?
Yeah, they.
How
Oh
much
well,
they giving y'all?
you mean I tell you now? I've seen Boris over here. People have lost businesses and everything you can imagine, and they have pulled out money from, I don't know where they've got it from, millions and millions, and they have given it to every family, making sure they're not doing without. And that's the truth.
How much do they give you?
Every family?
Every
Is it
family,
monthly?
everybody.
Wow.
Is it monthly? I don't know. Monthly. You mean government money?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
it would be monthly, every 2 weekly. It depends on what. So if somebody was already on government money, or if they were getting the housing needs met and stuff and paid for, you know, they might, depending on what area they live in, they might have to contribute some of that money out of their own money to the rent. But at the end of the day, their rent is covered, their council tax is covered. They've got food in the fridge. Now that's not to say that you have to kind of fight for what you need today. So if a person's in an hour walk, because I've had to have that, you know, but you know, honest to God, I can't actually believe I'm saying this as an Irish person. Not that we hate the English, because I've lived here for 30 years. You know, it's like my home. But I can't believe I'm saying this. You know, Boris and how they have looked after people over here is mind blown. I'll take my hat off to them. I really do. I really, really do. Because to go back
I
to
missed
Ireland
that part. You
tomorrow,
take what?
yeah, I take my hat off. I take my hat off, because there isn't a hungry person over here.
Wow.
There shouldn't be. There isn't a hungry person, no. I mean, you're talking about people are hungry. You're talking about people neglected behind closed
Somebody in
doors.
the comments talking about Irish, we don't get money handed out. Who is this? Huh?
Say that again. Say that again. In Ireland, if I went back tomorrow, let's say, and I didn't have family or anything, which I don't depend on anybody in any way, but I go back, right? I would have to start from scratch. Do you know what scratch is? Hopping from not even a B&B, a hostel. Okay, a hostel. I wouldn't get a house. I wouldn't even get into my own system. That's even with my PRSI number or whatever it's called. I can't even remember what the number's called. I still have one. But even with that, even with an Irish passport, I go over and I would have to depend on friends and family, look for work, get employed. But I would not. Once you get into the system, then that's it. Everybody's treated the same. They get the same amount of money. No children allowance, for example. You know, one child doesn't get any more. You know, one family doesn't get any more. It's right across the board, and it's the same amount. And the housing over there, as you can imagine, in Ireland, the cost of living is very high. So a rent on a house, 2-family in Dublin, you know, with children, you're talking about nearly £2,000 a month. But what they've done with the landlords is, because it's not what you know now, it's who you know. There's that many people waiting to be housed for years in Dublin that people are now moving outside of Dublin to go down to the country to get housed. Yeah, because they're sick of waiting, living in accommodation, 22, and they just want to settle in the house. They can't. So landlords, obviously, that had the money, rented out their properties. There's not even enough of properties over there for the people. So what the government has done over there is put in something called cap, a housing cap or something. So they send out investigation officers to make sure that the house is in livable condition, that everything is in place, everything, right down to the fine line. And so that when they're given their money off the government, you know, every month or whatever it is, I don't know what it is, then they have to live up to them standards. You see? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. But even if I went back, it'd take me a good while to get into my own system. Trust me, they wouldn't care. They would just, you know, not that they wouldn't care, but there's obviously a system in place and you have to go through that. So me being Irish, just show my passport or my number and say, here, listen, I lived over here 30 years ago, you know, you know, and so, you know, but living in the UK, I can honestly say before the coronavirus, everyone was broke, you know. With the UK, I believe, as an Irish person, you survive in this country whereas you live in Ireland. Does that make sense? So the quality of Ireland is much better in the long term. But, you know, in the UK, like really, I guess for all that I've studied over the years and and that's coming from the streets of Dublin, by the way, without an education. So I had to play catch up. And even with that, I do think to myself, Jesus, I should have, you know, a good bit of money in the bank or whatever. But you see, I don't live in the material world. I live in the spiritual world. Do you understand?
There
And I
you
was
go.
brought up, I believe, you know, I guess I'm happy with my lot because I never wake up in the morning by the grace of God and think, you know, where am I going to get a few bob today? Because God gave me a brain in my head. Okay. And, but I believe that if I had been in Ireland, you know, I believe I would have been settled and I had a lot more, put it that way.
You say you believe you'd have had a lot more if you was in Ireland compared to the UK?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's just me. That's
Right.
just
I got
me.
you.
You know what I mean? I would have started off with a foundation all them years ago, and I think like 30 years on. But that didn't happen in England the way I would have likened it to. But am I disappointed in myself because of that? Absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. But when you think from a creative level, if that makes sense, of survival and whatever, but you do survive. I would say I survived more over here, even though I work, okay, and I do get a decent wage. But I'm not a permanent employer, so I get contracted into different places to go in and work for a period of time because you get more money, but then you have to live on. But then I always have something else, you know what I mean, on the back burner. But
always moving.
yeah, just in ways that nothing too big ideas, you know.
Right. Now, I got a question for you. I got a question for you. How is, in your opinion, how is racial coupling? Do you see a lot of mixed couples together where you are?
Yeah.
And do they have
absolutely.
issues as being a couple?
No more issues than anyone else. No, nothing like that. It's not about mixed marriages and all that. I mean, you know, nothing. No, it's a free world. It's a free country. You know, you can go with who you want, be with who you want. You know, unless you're from an old school type of regimented beliefs and stuff. Like, don't get. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's what they tell us. It's free, but it ain't. But anyway. But I was just curious about how they worked over there. If you know, if racial coupling and racial marriages was a issue over there, because you got people over here that don't want to see that take place.
Right.
And it's usually the people that's set in their old ways, you know, that don't want to see, you know, racial togetherness, you know, and that goes with friendships too. So you got people over here in this country that don't want to see that take place.
Okay, so then is that not?
I don't know.
Is that not about then? Okay, so what you've expressed to me earlier, it gives a person a certain set of standards and a rights. Okay, rights that you're saying that you're being denied. It's very clear, stark and obvious from where I'm standing. You know, black people are being treated differently. you know, I'd have to be over there to even feel where you're coming from, but I do feel it from where I'm sitting. I felt it for the last 2 years. But the thing is, if there's racial mixture in marriages, of how you put it, because it sounds quite, because, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like I can't speak for the rest of the world, but we have moved on from all of that. There's nothing like that. Okay. I mean, you know, yeah. What can I say? What can I say?
I wanna just make a brief comment. Um, and so I guess B Sparrow got a little upset, saying nobody wants to talk about God anymore. I don't have a problem with talking about God or religion, but I don't need anybody to tell me that their religion is the only way. I respect
Exactly.
everybody's religion and what God they serve. We do not know what religion is right. you know, I respect all of those that believe. So that's why I don't discuss religion, because you can't tell me that your religion is the only way.
Do you know, April? Yeah.
And so that's why I don't discuss religion.
Do you know, April? Years.
Because I don't agree. As far as I'm concerned, anybody that believes, if you believe, you believe, and that's my stance on it. But I don't need anybody to tell me that their religion is the only way I'm going to get to heaven. So that's why I do not discuss religion.
No.
If anybody else want to say anything, it's not like I don't want to talk about God, but I don't get into that. What you believe in, that's the only way you're going to get to heaven is through your religion. No, I don't believe that. What are your thoughts on that, Spidey?
Well, April, you got to look at the fact. I agree with you. Some people take it too hard.
Yeah, they take it too hard. I don't. It's not belief. Like I don't want to talk about God, but like I said, and what are your thoughts, Phoenix? Phoenix, right?
Well, as I was trying to say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What I was trying to say a way back, my grandmother had 13 children, and they all had children. So basically in the family growing up, there were 8 different expressions of religion.
Thank you. I've got them all.
If we went to the Kingdom Hall, that's where we went. If we went to the Catholic Church, that's where we went. And we traveled like gypsies to support each other. So I learned it all. And guess what? It's really no different. The reason people have problems, I feel, is because they have tunnel vision and they're not open to new experiences and new expressions of religion. You know nothing because you've experienced nothing. That's just my take. And I'm surprised. Well, I thought, to me, this has been fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean,
and see, people don't understand.
Working my brain cells. You know, so hey, I mean, we just had to pray for them. We'll pray whoever had the problem with it.
Yeah,
we're praying for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind talking about God, but not if you're going to come from the aspect that only your religion is right. No, I don't do that.
Right, and see, April,
I don't do that.
And see, April, what the key part, what you're talking about. Here's the thing: people don't understand is that when you're talking about religion, and when people say, "Well, my religion is better than yours," and all this other stuff, you got to remember the basis for religion is being a Christian, brotherly love, no matter who, what, all this stuff. That's what the basis of it is supposed to be for. But here's the thing: People don't understand. You can have blood on your hands by your attitude. You say you're a Christian, but you're acting this way over religion. Now you can get somebody to stop being and believing in religion because of how you act when you are part of a religious idealism. And people don't understand that. If you claim to be religious, whatever the case is, and you could be the most honest person, you don't lie, whatever the case is, but your attitude can turn people off, and now you just push the person away from wanting to learn about religion, and you might not even have an idea that you did that.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, April. I agree with you.
I don't do bad. I don't do my religion is better than yours, or you know, only God's people going to heaven. I don't do all of that.
Now, see, here's the thing too. You got to remember,
All of that.
you got different cultures.
Because don't none of us know.
Exactly.
I'm gonna just try to live the right life and be the best person that I can be. I'm not knocking nobody, and I get so tired of people when they say, "Oh, I thought you was a Christian," because I might get mad and curse somebody out. Well, you know what? I'm a flesh too.
Yep, you're human. I mean,
so you worry about your own salvation. I'm worried about mine over here. Because there's been many a nights I done got on my hands and knees, and I did not become such a bitter person. Well, was snapping off until a few years dealing with a certain group of people, and I've had to shift that anger. You know, I had to look at these people like they're nothing anymore, and so. And then in the meantime, I had some other people pay for my mistakes. And I went back and I tried to make it right with people. So, you know, I have faults. Don't get me wrong. I have faults. Linda tell you too. I've had to send her text messages and apologize to her.
I did as well. No, we both did. You don't. Yeah, we both did.
To know people and know what they're about. You know, I really don't care what religion you are, because I still love you, and if I'm wrong, and I don't care what color you are.
Right.
Yeah, the same as me. It was Christmas. It was Christmas. Just loads of stress at Christmas.
Right.
It was.
And so, if only thing I can say is, for me, going to church, I get such a peace of mind.
And that's what you're supposed to get when you go to church.
When I'm there and I hear that choir singing, and it just takes me to a place.
That's what you're supposed to feel.
That I can't even explain to people. And I just feel the spirit in me. I will never stop going to church.
That's amazing.
That's what you're supposed to do.
And so that's what works for me.
A good old gospel revival.
You know, that's what works for me. So
and see, you gotta remember, April. Even in the Bible, there was different religions in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just one particular, and there was different gods in the Bible. So,
well, how can you say we're being cursed because we didn't follow His commandments? But you got all of these people in the Bibles that was murderers, adulterers, used drugs, and everything else.
And then
all the disciples were sinners and did all kinds of stuff.
Right. You had
murderers and alcoholics and everything.
And
they tortured Jesus.
The people.
I love when you know, when my pastor tells me stories of David and Goliath having that strength to go.
Exactly.
You know, they're good stories, and these stories still apply today. You know, with what's going on, how God, well, Jesus, I mean, He walked among whores, thieves, sinners, and everything.
Uh-huh.
So
But we try to make more out of it than what it actually is.
yeah, and so that's why I don't get into the religion, because I respect everybody's religion. Yeah. So
I mean, what can you, April? What can you do? The only thing you do is do the best you can, and
just do the best you can. But I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so that's the reason why. I'll talk about God all the time, but I just don't need nobody telling me the only way is through their way. No.
Not
So
well, I'm April. I'm not even gonna get it. I was gonna go somewhere with that, but I'm not even gonna do it.
okay.
I'm not finna do it.
Yeah.
But anywho,
I just wanted to make that clear. Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't think we do, y'all. We do the best we can. Try to watch out for each other, because believe it or not, we're all we got. Even though
Yeah,
there's
we are.
opposition,
We really are. And I
opposition
like
of
these sessions, because
right.
we get to learn more about each other. I don't know what happened to Lady Alicia.
Yeah, I think she has some phone issues or something.
Okay.
Then
And
again, maybe. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone too. But anyway, the thing about it is that we all we got, to be honest with you. And believe it or not, we are our brothers and sisters keepers. Believe it or not, we are. So until those
Can I
people
just say something?
power,
yes, ma'am.
When you say we're all we got, you see my brown skin, but I have siblings who are white because our mother's white, our grandmother was white. So in our DNA, my mother had Oreos.
Okay.
We look nothing alike. We look alike, but our skin color is different. And when you say we're all we got, and I kind of feel some kind of way about that, because Iris has to be my sister. So when we eliminate other, what are they, nationalities? What are they called? When we just have tunnel vision and we believe that we're all that we got, then who's going to help us? Our help may come from
we had to help
Irish.
ourselves. We had to help ourselves,
Yes,
because
we do.
the way
But if we don't know the way how to,
but you know the
if we
difference between
don't
right
know
and
the
wrong.
way how to,
You know the difference between right and wrong.
well,
am I right or wrong?
but everything is about exposure.
Am I right or wrong? You know the difference
But
between right and
everything
wrong.
is about exposure.
I understand
Yes,
that.
we going back to the kid on the corner who doesn't have parents, who's crackhead parents, or I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, it is what it is.
Abusers. Okay, you have a virgin vessel. Okay, that has not been taught that you can't go in the corner store and steal.
But you know it
Everybody
ain't right.
doesn't know.
But you know the
Not
difference between right and wrong.
necessarily.
You have that
If
instinct in you.
if he thinks he's surviving, then that drive in him to survive, to eat, does right or wrong matters not. So we have to lead by example and accept help, because you know we talk about.
I kind of disagree with what you just said.
Okay,
I'm with you. I'm with you now.
Teach me.
I'm on the
I'm
same page
teachable.
with you. But I kind of disagree with that. And the reason I'm saying I disagree with that is because if you know that you don't have money to buy bread or whatever to put something in your stomach, but you know if you go if you go to April's store, you know she's got a business. You go in there for the first time, you don't know April, but you got food on display. You know that's not your food. She's in business to make money. So that's why I say
I get that.
You know the difference between right and wrong. You know not to go in there and take April's food without paying for it. That
Well,
instinct
you would
is built
think so.
in you anyway. But don't get me
Yeah, but
wrong.
I think so, but
I'm with
necessity
you.
may override that.
I'm with you. Look. I'm with you.
Necessity
I'm
may
on the same page with
override
you.
that.
I'm on the same page with you.
But,
But the simple fact
okay.
that you know right from wrong, you know
yes,
right
but
from
can
wrong.
yeah,
Regardless,
but
if
can
you
I?
haven't been taught right from wrong, you know the difference. You know the difference not to go
If you
and,
haven't been taught, how do you
kill
know?
your neighbor's cat. You know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, but
But
that's
how do
the
you
issue
know
here.
if you haven't been taught?
Yeah.
Because this is
But
what I said by example. Because this is what happens. You go in Miss April's store, because we had Miss Lala when I was growing up. You go in Miss April's store, you steal the candy. You coming back. Miss April says, don't come in here and steal my candy anymore. And the person may run out the door, may say, yes, ma'am, whatever. Now, that simple act that Miss April has made has given probably the first good thing that's happened to that child. And that child comes back. She love on him some more. He comes back. She love him some more. And then it becomes reciprocal in a sense. So we have to have reciprocal benevolence among each other. But that doesn't mean, I'm talking about a younger population. So I guess I should have said that.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because
Yeah.
our help is going to come from our children. You know that, don't you?
I'm with you. But I know what you're saying. I'm with you. But like I say, even though that person might not have never been taught that taking Miss April's food there's consequences behind your actions. Still, in the same token, in the same breath, you know not to go and kill your neighbor's dog because you're hungry. Does that make sense? Does that make sense at all?
But you know something? This is another thing. It
You
just
got me
appears
that
to be.
time. I couldn't answer you.
It's all about a punishment.
Yeah, we gave him the role, Phoenix. Gave him the role.
Yeah.
Do you know some? Do you know something? Because my battery is just about to go. I'm using my phone. I'm delighted to, you know what I mean, to have this chat. It is all about more so punishment in the United States. That's what it is. It's trying to fit everybody into one category, and it doesn't work like that. And if anybody knows it, they know it. So I'm just wondering what the benefits are for them that refuse to change.
The
Certain
benefit
ways,
is for the
you know.
ones that's not going to change their evil ways, and I'm going to say evil because they're evil,
Yeah.
because they don't want to see peace and prosperity amongst all. They don't want to see equality amongst all. The word equality is a cursed word in this place that we reside in. And it's sad. It's sad that the word equality, the people that don't get me wrong, I'm not homophobic or against people that have a different lifestyle, the LBGTQ and whatever else. But
Alphabet people.
I have no issue with them.
AXYZ.
None at all. But here's the thing. They got more rights and privileges than I do.
Yeah.
And they
But you know what?
Stick together because
formed.
they stick
They're
together.
But yeah,
They
but
are
it's not.
together.
But it's
And
not
it
working.
only started with two people.
Yeah, they are
They
together.
started a whole movement with two people.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. You got to look at this fact.
Now,
When you got complete governments backing them, my ancestors, your ancestors, April ancestors, broke their back for this country, can't get a jackfruit, can't get a slice of a twig, but they got
here's
more
the
rights
thing for me, Spivey. I'm sorry.
But you know what?
But here's
There's
the
a lot
thing
of
for me.
Yeah.
I don't have time to cry over spilled milk when
There you
my
go, another
babies are growing up with a world that's trying to kill them. I'm not talking about the ancestors. I didn't know them. If I am talking about the ancestors, I'm talking about Benjamin Banneker and Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, all of the ones that lifted us up. I'm not talking about the slaves no more. I'm talking about the ones that has paved the way for us to be lifted up. And I can't hear myself talk, so I don't know what happened. But the point is, we cannot continue to cry over the spilt milk about being down in the boat. Because my grandparents, my ancestors were down there too. But
I'm with you.
my grandmother in the 1920s became self-employed. When she died in her 80s, she had a business for over 60 years, her own business, and she had branches of business. She did that by herself. It wasn't the ancestors that helped her. It was exposure and motivation and drive. We can't use excuses anymore.
This lady has got a point, because I have to say this. You know, if I lived in the way you've lived in the United States, I'd have to be honest and say that from my point of view, I would start to be limited in thinking that we all have to defend for ourselves here because nobody else cares. Just hold on. But they do care. People do. People on the outside do look in. And there is more help than what people realize. Do you understand? And just to try and keep an open mind on that. It's not, your community against the world, because people would, if they knew, fully understood the truth, and not just what the mainstream media are highlighting. Because what they highlight is bad enough in anyway. But I know this. I already know this, and so, for what it's worth, yous are not on yous are own over there, in the sense that, obviously the Black community and America is a very big country. But, maybe it'd be of interest to you start getting the message out further afield outside the country and educate people exactly what it's about and what's going on. Even if it's about, look, man, we're stuck in this place like the last 100, 200 years or however long, but yeah, people would listen. Of course they would listen. What about other people that go to other countries and stand up for other countries, third world, other countries, Doesn't celebrities have to do it like boxers? I've seen it, and they get the message out and the word out.
Yeah, but
so
again, you still got people that don't want to get involved, no matter if the message is written on a wall.
Yeah, but you're focusing on the people. I don't know what you mean when my battery's going to go, but I don't know what you mean when, I understand what you mean when people don't get involved, but the very people that don't want to get involved, there'll be a two of men that will. That's the people you got to focus on.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. But you're going to have more people that don't want to get involved for whatever reason.
Well, where are you coming from? Your own community? Yeah, are you coming from your own community? You mean?
It can be from your own community. It can be other communities or whatever. You got people that ain't gonna want to get involved in helping people that a whole race of people or other races of people look down upon.
No, because you've been. It's almost like you've been sensitized in that way for so long.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
When you get done being kicked and dragged and murdered and assassinated and hung and your ancestors done this and all, you become numb to the fact.
In where you live,
and when you're numb,
that's what I'm saying to you.
When you can't, when you're numb, you can't grow.
There you go. I'm with you.
But this is what I'm saying to you. People don't have to be in the war, right in the war, to not support a person. Do you understand? It's like it's a totally different education to other people. who may know.
now you're saying
Yeah.
something. Now you're talking about
Yes.
educating people.
Yes.
Here's the
Exactly. That's what I
thing.
mean.
Here's the
Yes.
thing. Look at all the universities, colleges, schools that's around. Where do they teach common sense at?
The curriculum.
At home.
No.
Common sense starts at home.
Grandma.
Right.
Grandma.
So in the schools, when you don't get that basic knowledge of, okay, Phoenix Rising's over there, she needs some help. Let me go help her. April's over there needs some help, as well as yourself. You need some help. Let me go help her out of the kindness of my heart. But instead, Phoenix Rising got on that nail polish again. Not today. No. This is what we deal with on a daily basis. And it's sad.
I like to say I'm kind of like a rebel. I say we organize ourselves and get people to stop buying from Walmart, from Target, Michael Jordan shoes, Masterpiece cereal. We stop streaming money into these people until they put something back in the community to help us.
They ain't finna put them back in the community.
Some of them is getting old now. Say it again.
I'm finna play devil's advocate again, y'all. They ain't finna put nothing in your community.
I get it, but
less about putting some money back in his community. All the people that was getting killed over his gym shoes. Huh?
But you all don't understand that you have to put your foot down and say what you mean and mean what you say. When he doesn't get any more money, when he fills his pockets, nobody has ever taken these people's pockets. They are like leeches and vultures on the community, but you take away their money from them.
Exactly.
They'll do something.
That's key.
And I understand exactly where you're coming from, Phoenix.
That's key.
But the thing of it is what young kids you gonna tell that's gonna listen to you?
Exactly.
When you tell them don't go buy no Michael Jordans, because in their mind
you go to college campuses. You go to college campuses the same way to me to you and the LBG, KZ, and all them. You go and target that population of citizens, and then you got some high school students who you can target. They can be foot soldiers. You just got to get the message out there.
I'm with you. I'm finna play devil.
Look, who was he? Tupac says the revolution is not going to be televised. We do it in silence. I'm with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been waiting for years for somebody to call me and say, "Hey, you want to be you want to sit at the table?" Yes. Because
I'm finna play devil's advocate. How come you can't sit at your own table? I'm just asking. Instead of waiting for somebody to call, why don't you?
Because I'm going to be the brains. Because I have a serious illness, and I can't physically. If I could lead the movement, I would lead the movement. When it came to me that it did not come to me until I had grandchildren. When I had grandchildren, my children, I was born a child of privilege. My children are children of privilege. But then I got sick. I started thinking about my own mortality and what kind of world am I leaving my grandchildren in?
Now.
Okay?
Now.
So then I had an awakening. And when I had the awakening, I was physically limited. So if there's somebody that want to talk to me, we getting ready to start a revolution. I'm sitting at the table.
I'm with you. But see, here's the thing. I got to go back and keep playing the devil's advocate. This generation don't want to listen to you, me, April about tomorrow.
No.
They think they know everything and anything anyway right now, which they don't know jack nothing. They can't even tell you how to
Well,
get
I guess
toothpaste out of a toothpaste tube.
well, because my field is therapy, I
See,
guess
you can be the
I've
therapist
met
at the table.
different people, not just the ordinary people on the street. I mean, people that are struggling, that's trying to,
I'm with you.
level up their lives and escape generational curses
I'm with
and things like that. There are people out there. They
you.
are
I'm with you.
young mothers, young parents now.
I'm with you.
They're parentless parents. And
I'm with
they're these guys on the corner. Do you think they want to be on the corner? Do
I'm,
you
I'm with
take
you.
if you think that if you transport them off that corner into a learning center, first you gotta detox them, which means give them a decent diet first. Then you gotta kind of seduce them so they get to play the those whatever you call those games, and then you ease them into academics. It might take some time, but you can do it.
That sounds like a
This
lot of
world is
work.
not as bad. They're not as bad as you think.
That sounds
They
like
all
that
run
sounds like a
around with
lot of
guns
work.
and stuff. I knew it.
That sounds like a
I
lot of
know
work.
it. It is a
But
lot of work, but
I
don't
agree
you have
with you.
children? Isn't it worth it?
I
Isn't
agree.
it
I
worth
agree
it?
with you. We got to put in,
It
and we
would be
should
worth
put
it
in the
because
time.
there's a lot of things. We had a little Valentine's Day party. For the
I
kids,
thought it was the best thing in the
and
world.
we tried. And unfortunately, we had a bad snowstorm, so
Yeah,
we had sold 70 tickets, but we only had like
yeah,
30 some people because it was like storming like crazy. But
yeah.
that's what me and a few people now are doing. We're trying to show the kids, dress up, how to treat a
That's
lady.
right. It's called exposure.
Yeah,
It's called
and
exposure.
exposing
And
them
once you
to,
expose
to the
kids to
right
something
things
different,
in life.
they want something different.
But
Yeah.
again, like I said, the fight is so hard. and I'm going to stay in the fight. But I've come against more people that is against what we're doing than what's for us doing it, And then, like I
Yeah.
say, I was telling
Yeah.
the girls, showing them, etiquette. You put your napkin on your lap and you have your spoons on one side, your forks. You know how table setting should go. Just different things like that. Don't, cut your food up in small portions and eat it. But then you got some people, oh, they trying to be proper. Like, really? You should know how to eat.
Right.
You should know how to chew your food.
You're always gonna have opposition no matter what you
And,
do.
and it's like,
You're right.
okay, 'cause I'm telling them to chew your food on both sides, because I don't need you to be like me, only chew on one side, then one side of your mouth is better. Just little things that will carry you through life. But so many parents are opposed to people telling, for adults telling their children what to do now.
Now, I'm glad you said that, April. I'm glad you said
But
that.
see, you have to steel yourself and look past that, because
I
the
do,
point
but
is
I'm
to
just
get the
saying.
children. And
But see-
once the children are exposed, like when children who live in filth are exposed to cleanliness, to clean sheets and clean beds and clean rooms and all of that kind of stuff, it doesn't matter what their mama say. They go to want to come your way.
But see,
So just keep pushing.
here's the thing too. Y'all, you got to remember this. I'm glad April brought that up. You got to remember this. Today's parents, I ain't talking about yesterday's parents. There's a difference. Today's parents, first thing they would tell you, I'm not raising my child like my mama did me. First thing they'll tell you. But see, here's the thing.
I wouldn't pay them no mind.
Don't
You
get me
know,
wrong. You
here's
got
the
to remember.
thing. I'm questions. I'm gonna ask you a question, Body. You just tickle me. You made my day.
Everybody knows those Spidey.
What I mean, is oh gosh, I don't even know how to. Um, what did you say? Oh, why do you play devil's advocate all the time? Do you really not believe, or you
No, no,
just,
no, no.
or that's a tool
No, no, no. That's not
that
the
you're
case at all.
using? Or
No,
are
no,
you
no.
out here in the trenches? Are you out here in the trenches with 3 boys that need to learn how to be men? Or are you become so cynical that you don't believe? Some these parents that you tell you you're not gonna talk to my children. Some of them you catch the parents that say, get them little so and so's out of here. Yeah, yeah, you can take them. Bye. Do you? Like, I'm trying to understand.
Look, I mentor young ones all the time.
Great.
Because here's the thing. I can't talk the talk without walking the walk. First and foremost, because you
Right.
all see right through me. That's why I play devil's advocate all the time, is because there are some questions that people want to ask and that should be put out there. If I can get you to think by saying, okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate. It ain't that I don't believe in the almighty creator. I do. We didn't create ourselves. But there are some questions that you might have that you maybe haven't thought of. And by me saying, okay, let me play devil's advocate, because you got to remember, you're always going to have opposition when you're trying to put something together or when you're trying to get a point across. You're going to have opposition. People is going to have a different mindset, different way of thinking, just like April said earlier. Where April get out of a speech, you might not get the same text out of that speech. And you might interpret it a different way. That's why you hear me say I'm going to play devil's advocate, because even when I do that, if I can get you to think like, wait a minute, he might be on to something, or you might be saying to yourself, he full of shit. But here's the thing: that thought came across your mind. That's your brain working. Hey, is there some truth to what he just said? Oh, well, I don't believe that. Now you got to rebuttal and you got to come back.
But at the same time,
I go to that extent,
there's
say,
some people
I don't
who
agree
believe
with
that.
Now you are thinking. You might not thought that way before unless I played devil's advocate. That's why I do that.
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, and when he does that, he makes me look at things from a different perspective.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I mean, I'm in here on here for y'all.
But
for a while.
Also, at the kids event that we had, because me personally, oh my God, it's like so many things that the Black community needs to start talking about. And it's just so many, I don't know where to begin. We tend to sweep things under the rug. And for me personally, like,
it's one of the things.
All this molestation and incest.
That's one of the things.
It's
sweeping stuff up under the rug and not talking about it. That's one of the things that need to be talked about.
So we asked one of the girls, like, if you're walking home from school and a person that's been over to your house to visit your dad, and he offers to give you a ride home, what would you do? And thank God the girl said, I will call my daddy first. Questions like that, because,
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to think. We should be thinking anyway.
It's so much that we got to start teaching our kids now, because it's awful. I mean, with the way the world is now, with all of the social media, and it's just so much exposure that you really, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if I could handle being a parent with today's kids. I would be so scared and nervous. I wouldn't want them to have phones. I wouldn't want them to be on social media. I mean,
Now I can do without the social media right now. I mean, that don't mean that
Yeah.
they wouldn't have
Because
it later, but right now, because
yeah,
that's
the
what culture
social
started.
media has become like a second parent.
In some cases, it's
The
become their
social
only
media
parent.
is the devil.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
social
the
media,
devil.
so we need to get rid of that. Cut it all off. It's destroying our children. It's destroying the adults. This virtual world is so crazy. I have a granddaughter who I decided I was going to go into her social media pages. And she's 15 and she's on there posing like adult women pose. With
Mm-hmm.
her, she got little hips and tits and I was shocked to see the way she was posed and that her mother would allow her to do that. It's not cute to
You
me.
say her
You're
mother
15.
would or wouldn't?
Her mother has access to her page because when I saw the post, I said, don't accept no inboxes, don't communicate with no men. I went down the list with her because I don't know what's wrong with her mother. She's my son's daughter. If she
Mm-hmm.
was with me, we wouldn't have none of that stuff. Because a lot of things that you do out there with your mother, you can't do with Grand.
Mm-hmm.
And Grand is the fun Grand. And we
Not,
do
not,
crazy
not,
stuff. But
now you understand.
we're gonna pose, we're gonna twerk, and we're gonna do all that, but we doing it in the house, not on public
Now you
display.
understand
I asked,
where I'm coming from. Now you understand where I'm coming from.
yeah,
This generation of parents,
yeah,
you're not this generation of parents. This generation of parents, first thing they will say, I'm not treating my child the way my parents treated me, or the way when I stayed with my grandmother. This is the problem that we got now. Right. I
Exactly.
can't say
Because
that for
15
everybody.
year
but
old
here's the
girls
thing.
now look like
Here's the
grown.
Everybody's
thing.
not like that. Everybody's not like that, saying, well, I ain't
Yeah,
gonna treat my child the way my mama did me. I can't say that for everybody. But the consensus is this generation, this current generation, first thing I do, I smoke weed with my child. I'll let my child drink. I'll do this. If a child have sex, I want to be in the room, the orchestrate. What the hell is wrong with you?
do
Anyway,
you know that my
hold on.
children never saw me smoke a cigarette? Never. And I smoked for years. They never saw me smoke a cigarette.
I'm trying to use an example, but
Uh-oh, something happened again.
but anyway, like like I said, I mean,
Wow, well, you
you
was a
got
good one.
you
Yeah.
got you got you got parents that just my daughter, for instance, she raised the grandson by herself for the longest. They got a very good relationship, and she's the type of parent she makes sure her child has, and she does the best she can. She might not have a lot, but she does the best she can whenever she can. So here's the thing: you got some parents, even though they say, "Well, I got a child. Uh, I'm gonna let my child do this. I'm gonna let my child do that," without giving the child values and standards. There's a difference when a parent gives their child some standards and values to go on. Instead of you being all willy nilly, oh, you get out there and do what you want to do. Right. You 18, you get out the house, you do whatever you want to do. Don't come back here. Is that the right mood to have for a child in this generation? No, it's not. It is not. But see, here's the thing. That's why I blame my generation for dropping the ball for the generation that followed. You don't have men that stand up and mentor and protect the neighborhood like they used to do. You had a domestic abuse case next door. The men get together, go over there and see old boy and straighten it out.
That's right. That's right. Kick his butt.
Nowadays, you can have a domestic abuse right in your own home. People just sit back looking, dang, man. Come on now. Come on. So it is what it is. We can make situations better or we can make them worse. But the thing about it is that you don't say, "Oh, my child growing up, I don't know what to do." There's no book on parenting. You do the best you can.
Yes.
You're gonna make mistakes because you're human. You gonna make the mistakes. But here's the thing: when you make a mistake with your child, don't be afraid to tell your child, "Well, son, daughter, I made a mistake. Let's try something different."
Right. That is exactly right. You have
Yeah.
to have an open line of communication with your child
Exactly.
who is
Yeah.
somebody's parent. Yep. Even when they're not nobody's parent. You have to
Right.
have that line.
And why not
So
prepare
now
your
you
child
got
to
three
say, "Okay,"
generations of people.
right?
Yep,
And
now
why
you
not
got
prepare
three
your
generations
child
of
and
people
tell
to
your
start the
child,
revolution.
right? You're gonna make mistakes. Life is not centered around you first and foremost, but you're gonna make mistakes. The idea is to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, we gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna make a mistake as a parent. You're gonna make mistakes as a child.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But if it's a mistake that could cost you um your future, please come talk to me about it first. Get a child
Mhm.
an opportunity. Because how many parents will say, "Okay, if you think you're gonna do bad, or you're gonna go out there and do something wrong, or you get around the wrong group of people, come talk to me first." We don't
Mhm.
do that. Now you instilling values. You are instilling standards in that child, and if the child get around the wrong group of people, child gonna be thinking, my mom, my dad gonna be mad at me if I go this route. I mean, what else
Mhm.
can you do? What else can you do? But
Yes.
you got some children that ain't gonna consider your idealism for nothing. And you could
Right.
be the parent that get a child everything. You could be the parent, this child, 18 years old, you still changing their drawers for them.
Yeah.
But
Right. I'm sorry.
no matter what
Mm.
you do, that child is gonna do what they want to do anyway. No matter if you instill standard values, guides, or whatever. It's
Right.
up to the individual to say, "Okay, mom, dad, try to, give me some type of instruction, some structure. I value what mom, dad telling me." But if you don't put that effort out there, if you don't put that effort into them when they're younger, when they get older, guess what you're gonna have?
Yeah.
Y'all remember the Menendez brothers?
Yep.
Y'all
Oh
remember the school
Yeah.
shooters in Colorado?
yeah.
This is the
Yes.
thing that you could be facing with when they have no recollection of consequences for their actions.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth.
Well,
We
can
have
I
to give
just
our
say,
kids and our grandkids, even our little cousins,
right,
nieces and nephews, try to
nieces and
give them some
nephews.
standards, even though their parents may not know how to do this, but popular to what you believe, all we got is each other, and we are our brothers and sisters keepers. No matter if that child is Chinese, Asian, or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Because children didn't ask to be born here. What
Exactly.
you want to say, Phoenix Rising?
I'm gonna have to get ready to get off, but
Okay.
I'd like to recommend that everybody checks out the Men Doctor series on YouTube. It's very well put together.
Okay.
I think you will enjoy it. I think you'll be enraged, but just check it out. And
What is
I've
a
had
man about? What is it about?
it's the evolution of movements. It starts off with the African, um, what is it, migration?
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying it was migration. We were stolen. But then it goes into women's suffrage. It talked about our black heroes. It talked extensively about what's his name, Frederick. I mean, it just goes all around. It's in light of Black History Month.
Okay. All right.
And then it talks about the LBGQXYZ, and
Yeah.
you know, it
And
just
like
goes.
I say, I don't have any problem against them people. I love them, but man,
I don't, but let me tell you something. When my girlfriend who's gay says she tired of them, then I'm tired of them. You know, she said, all I want to do is get married. I didn't want to create a revolution. She, you know, I mean, you know, that's what she said.
You have to.
And she's a minority. She's Mexican, gay, and crazy. So she's got multiple situations
Well,
going
see,
on.
but see, here's the thing: you got to create a revolution in order for things to get done.
Yeah, look, hey, I tell you, if we gonna start a revolution, her Mexican behind gonna be right at the table because she has thought, she has forethought, and you know what I'm saying, creative, and you know, and she be helpful. But anyway, I told my son yesterday, I gotta get moving around. I'm dying here. I'm dying here at home, and all I watch is YouTube. And you know, he says, "Are you still watching R. Kelly?" Yes. He say, "My man." And then I said, "Well, I got a couple other channels I watch too." But
yeah,
this has been great for me.
yeah, it's
And for
great.
me, I've been energized. Spotty has worked me over the coals.
Good. I know. So we'll be back Friday at 12 noon. And yes, we love and support Robert Sylvester Kelly, aka R. Kelly. No matter what, we support him. And we love him.
I've been kicked out of some groups.
And so,
I don't care.
honey, I don't care. You know, I don't care. Like I said, I've got the family friend point of view, and then I've got the legal point of view. So I love it no matter what. Huh?
You want to know something?
Yes.
I knew nothing about him. He's my children's generation.
Mm-hmm.
I Believe I Can Fly.
Yeah.
I believe Step in the Name of Love. And
okay,
the song
Marion, thanks for joining us. We'll be back on Friday at noon. Okay.
And the song that he wrote for Whitney Houston.
I look to you.
I knew nothing about him. I didn't like the gyrating on the stage. I like the smooth, silky guy. That's what those guys in my generation was. But I looked at what I felt was the emasculation of a man without on the word. So then that's how I kind of got on the bandwagon. I'm a therapist in real life, and I see the way out, but nobody want to hear from. So I'll be back on Friday. I had to go to therapy, but I'm gonna be thinking about Spotty working me over. I'm coming back.
Well, believe me, I got more for you. I mean,
I'm sure you do. Listen. I'm waiting for Lady Eliza. I know she gonna work me over the coals.
Yeah.
Bye.
Lady Eliza.
And we're so glad to have you join us. Yeah, and so I've got in case I'm not feeling well, I'm giving Spidey all the information, and he can do the talk shows himself. He can keep it going too, and lead them the days when he's feeling good. So Spidey, because you know we got a following now, Spidey.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's awesome.
So, you know, and people were inboxing me because I have those questions. So I'm gonna have to send
that's awesome. I'm glad that they doing that, April. I'm glad that they doing that.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of questions, and like I say, I'm dealing with some things myself, but God is good. It's gonna be all right.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Yep,
yeah.
we claiming
And can I
nothing
say
but
one more
positivity.
thing?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could say one more thing, um, there is a group of books. It's in the Left Behind series. It was written by two pastors. It will give you a blueprint on how people can come together, but uh, it's in the biblical sense. But if you can extrapolate from there, you can see how all races can help us. We need everybody to help us because we can't do it by ourselves. We have to be lifted up. So if you
Oh
want
no, we
to
need
get
them people.
into,
I do understand that, and that's
if
what
you
I
want
try
to get
to tell
into,
people. Is
yeah,
all
because
money.
when
Money is
color
free,
doesn't matter,
right?
yeah, when color doesn't matter, like with
Key
this
word.
pandemic that may get worse, color won't matter. You're going to have to help each other. And this is a great experience through books that
Mm-hmm.
tells you how God, how the Holy Spirit will work in healing wounds because it won't matter. None of that
And,
is, none of that'll matter anymore. And
and
that's what we
speak on
need
what
to
you
pray for. And
right and speak on what you just said. To be honest with you, color didn't matter in the first place. Just a
right.
race of people made it about color.
Yep.
Do
They
you know
said
that I really don't even know? I don't know. I do know, but like I've had some aneurysms and stuff like that, so I can't even remember how it all started. But I
oh, you
believe
had
me,
a
it's in there.
brain aneurysm?
I've had several.
Oh,
I've
okay.
had strokes
Well,
and
thank God you still here. Me too.
bulging aneurysms, and through the grace of God, they never burst.
Mm,
Oh, thank
I
God.
got there in the nick of time. I got
mm.
there in the nick of time, and I'm still here. I still have some side effects. You know, I have short-term memory loss. I'm so proud of myself. I stayed engaged with you all doing the live because now I lose my short-term memory, but you can't beat me with the long term because once it go back around, I'm coming back after you.
Okay.
Ain't
Okay.
nothing wrong with it.
So
All right,
okay,
Pam.
I'll see you all.
Okay.
Bye bye.
All right.
Have a good
Riley,
one.
did you want to give the closing statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Here's my thing, y'all. And I keep saying this. Do the best you can. If you got a family, try to give your family the best that you can offer them. That goes with love, hugs, kisses, of the whole 9 yards. Do the best you can
Yes.
because you have to remember this. And I hate to put it this way, but I got to in order for the point to be to where it's at. Tomorrow is not promised. Do what you can today.
Amen.
Give your child something, structure, values, standards, because your child, your grandchildren, that's tomorrow's future. And if they don't have no standards now, when they get in their teens, they ain't gonna have none. They ain't gonna have no value. It's gonna be just like it was when we was coming up in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
See how they value us right now. Very little. But at least if we give the grandchildren, the children, something to go into the future with, we probably ain't gonna see what we see right now. Try to give them a fighting chance. You
Yes.
got to talk to them. You
Yes.
have to sit there and talk to them. Don't hold
Right.
nothing back. The world ain't.
Right.
Don't hold nothing back.
Right.
If they want
Right.
to know about sex or whatever, do your best. Do your best. Also remind them that and tell your children that you're gonna have people that's gonna come into their life ain't meant to stay. Stop holding on to trash.
Exactly. Mm.
You got to remember, people come into your life. Sometimes they come into your life for a season. You don't know what a season is? I'm finna tell you. A season can be 1 minute. A season can be 50 years. There's no limitation on season. But when that person's time is up in your life, let them go.
Yes.
Don't try to
Let
hold
them
on.
go. That's right.
So my parting words is do the best you can. Treat everybody with respect and pay it forward. If you don't know what paying forward is, paying forward is that encourage somebody to smile.
Exactly.
Encourage somebody to smile, because if you make them smile on their face, their heart is going to smile. And when their heart smile, that's going to translate back to you. Now you're smiling. You see how that trickle effect can take place? And you ain't did nothing but created a smile on somebody's face.
That's right. Thank
Do the
you.
best you can.
Okay, we love you, Spidey, because I got to go downstairs and meet somebody. Okay.
All right, April. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one, Phoenix.
Okay. Peace, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.